Surprise. Hello, hello. Yeah, I'll stream tomorrow still. We're just doing bonus contento tonight. If anybody asks, let them know. Yeah, you guys, this is the missing history conspiracy. Everybody's looking back. They're like, where was that one Saturday? We went right to Sunday in the year 2025. Love my channel, thank you. Appreciate you. The Conspiracy Queen is here to fill us in. Conspiracy Queen, what conspiracies are you on lately? I feel like you haven't filled us in much lately. What's up, Amber? Brittany. Matt just told Dom she excitedly flapped over to her phone. Literally flew over. It's like that time you met Bill Cosby and can't remember. Didn't he get like out of jail? Or like some like random loophole or some shit? Drum and bass. Oh yeah. You know it, baby. Oh shit. Mr. Rick. Oh wait, did it even kick in? No way, I don't even know if it registered. Wonder if my big... Fuck, I have to twerk. Big Rick Campbell with the $50 donation. My friend, thank you so much. It makes me wonder now, though. Is it just delayed, or... I know I've had some issues with alerts in the past. So let me go check and make that. It makes me want to check and see if it's turned on. Let's see. I don't even know. It's been so long since I even went to this menu before. Tips, right? I don't even know. Crap. I don't even know where to check. But Rick, thank you so much. I probably should have tested everything before I went live there. But thank you so much, my friend. And Brittany Schidler with the 5. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, guys. Very, very kind. The best drum and bass song is Drowning Ip. Let's check it out. I love drum and bass. I know some people think it's repetitive, but the mix between like going fast but also like lock the fucking chill is like my favorite sort of vibe. Drowning Ip DNB. I don't know if I can find it. It's not on YouTube. Also, the pyramid's new findings are unlimited power sources from the planet. Wait, how do you mean? Like what they found underneath Giza? That old Giza? What am I eating? I'm eating some berries. Gotta have me mixed berries, yeah? Great for digestion. Yeah, there will be a stream tomorrow as well. You should check LTJ Bucum. What's that one about? Is it scary? LTJ Bucum. Let's check it out. I'm okay to make a transition to a new vibe if it sticks, if it's on brand. Thank you for this. I was just very sick the last few hours and finally feeling like resting. Was looking forward to something. Hopefully sleep too. Cheers, my friend. You're welcome, Grace. You know what's so strange is like I've been sick these past few days because I ran into a friend. I don't know if I already told you guys this, but I ran into a friend at the grocery store they said that they were sick. They were getting over a sickness from the past couple of weeks, and I didn't think anything of it. But then like the next day, I had like a sore throat. But then it was weird. It was like the sore throat would like come and go, which was really confusing for me. And then I've had this like really weird type of congestion where it's it comes and goes. You know, it's like really like normally if you get sick, you're like, fuck, I am screwed. I am sick. Allergies, I guess so. I just never really struggled or had anything like this for allergies before. Or I've never even really had allergies, I'll be honest with you. But it would just be like random sneezes here and there that are, you know, are kind of unlike normal sneezes, I guess. And then I just like my whole sinuses are all plugged up. But the sore throat is gone, and I've, you know, and I had like a brief little thing where I was like fatigued, but then I slept that off real quick. I don't know, it was like it's weird. In my conspiratorial head, I like immediately just assume like, all right, what are they cooking up at Wuhan this time? What's going on? What's up, mercenary? How you doing, dude? The megastructures on Earth's plans were purposefully hidden to control the people. I do remember hearing about like ley lines or whatever, something to do with like ley lines and the pyramids, like the pyramids creating like a grid system over the Earth, and then the ley lines kind of coinciding with that. I don't know what it all means. Why do they want to? What are they doing? What the hell are they up to? The pollen alert is red today. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just like really bad pollen that I just like develop. And you're my age 35, so you're at the age to start getting slammed by allergies. Huh. Well, what's that all about? Like, how do I... Is there any way to like prevent any of that? I'm currently both a CNA and a professional dog sitter. I'm currently at a dog sit and I'm so sick. I actually got back from a walk with the two dogs and was feeling like crap until I got notification that you were live. Thanks for making my night better. You're welcome. Sorry you're sick. Hopefully the dogs can make you feel better. I would feel absolutely terrible if like I got sick and it like transferred to my cat. I don't think he's ever like been sick before. He's been a little bit weird before, but I think it was because he had like a blockage from eating a piece of string or some shit. And I just remember like the vets, we're gonna keep him overnight. He's really vocal, which is weird because he was like not vocal at all. And like, yeah, it just was like, ended up being like a $900 bowel movement. It was insane. Like human to cat? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe there are some. That would be sad. Lady Laura, thank you for the 5 stars. Hey Joel, Laura Bader here. Give Pradeep a pat for me. It's been a while since you've been here. Maybe you remember me. Hugs. It's been a bit, Laura. I hope you're doing good. There was someone that was saying about a diamond Batman painting they did in here, and I got it over the email. It looks freaking sick. It's like, is it actually made out of diamonds, or like what is that? It looks just like, you know, something you'd see in a comic, but shiny. By 2 Pradeep aprons for Let's Read Spread. Oh, you bought 2 Pradeep aprons. Oh, dude, thank you, Jonah. Appreciate you, dude. I'm always curious if anybody ever buys the aprons. You know, like I see them, and I'm like, who would anybody actually touch this? Who's eating soup? I'm kind of eating soup. These berries are quite soupy at this point. And David, thank you for the 1. You can't see what merch has been bought. I think you can if you go into like actual Spreadshirt, but it definitely has increased, but I never really make a lot of money from Spreadshirt, so I just don't think about it that much. And then just tally it up at the end of the year. Saturday stream now. Yeah, we're recording some bonus content for a long overdue video for members of the channel. So if you got a green next to your name, you'll be able to listen to that plus many other pieces of content. Speaking of which, I can't even click it. That's weird. Boink, 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 boink. Or no. Oh, there we go. If I was clicking the wrong thing. We'll do a little boost real quick, just to give you guys a chance to listen, huh? Excuse me, sorry. Where the hell did that come from? Kathy Kennedy, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content, and so does 10 other lucky, beautiful viewers. Nadine, Bernie, Lady Laura, Alessio, Hestafine, Alexander, Fawn, Scott E, Sling Cockwell, Coach Cream Jeans. Welcome, friends. Oh, man. But it's funny, I don't know. It's kind of weird because it's like every time I eat, the sneezing kind of like wants to start. And I don't know what that is. Do I just have like a weird histamine reaction now that I'm like in... It just seems strange. It just seems like I'm just like abruptly allergic to shit out of nowhere. Food allergies. Yeah, but like, it's like everything. And it all started when I got this shit. It happens with age. No, this is very distinctively like the past week. You know what I mean? But like all pertaining to this. It's just odd. And I hope it clears up, but it just like feels strange because it's like, it's not like you're sick and then you get peak sick and then you feel yourself getting better and you're on the mend, you know? It's one of those things where I'm just like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, I guess high pollen alert in Pittsburgh area. Okay, yeah, maybe it's in here in Pennsylvania too, just hitting me. Regzon with a 2 says, can you say itty bitty titty kitty? There you go. Thank you for the 2. That's how it happens. It happens overnight. What do you mean? What's happening to me? What's happening to me? You went from no allergies to please kill me in 3 days. Odd. The trees are trying to get us, dude. We have to cut down all the trees to fight it. It's turning into an M. Night Shyamalama Ding Dong movie. Do you remember that one? Where it's like the trees were releasing like pollen that like made everyone want to kill themselves. Oh wait, Matt, that's literally the plot for the Shyamalama Ding Dong movie. I forget what that one was called. The Happening. Yeah, that was stupid as shit. It was like the best advertised movie, but then when you went and saw it, it was like Mark Wahlberg was like the worst actor of all time in that, which is very strange because, you know, he's not bad in some other ones. Maybe he's just good at like hard-nosed cops type stuff and doesn't know how to be human otherwise. Yeah, the scene with the old lady. Yeah, none of it made sense. My favorite meal? Oh man, I don't even know anymore. They're all so good. He sounds like he's winded all the time. Who, me or... Oh, Mark Wahlberg. He's like, I just got done doing cardio. What's up, guys? What's going on? Where you been? What's the deal with these, like, trees making us kill ourselves? And there's no way that some of that, like, pollen didn't get, like, caught downstream and, like, get in their nose some way. You know what I mean? Of course, I don't really remember the story much. I was fine one day, the next I started to break out in hives, got an allergy test, I'm allergic to trees, grass, flowers, certain foods. Now if I eat sugar, I get pain everywhere and sniffle. That seems so odd. Can you say in your closing voice, like, serious? Yeah, what was it again? Itty bitty titty kitty. There you go. We probably won't have an outro tonight since it's bonus content, but Otherwise, remind me. What's up, Noble? Yes, sir. Bonus content. Creepypastas, baby. We got 3 of them. They're pretty sick nasty. What's up, Beth? An assassination attempt just happened on Putin. Oh my god, dude. If ever there was a way to get him out of peace talks, that'll do it. Well, friends, maybe we should get to it, shall we? Mark Wahlberg has a Bible app. Yeah, I saw he got sponsored for that. It's like a Catholic thing. Void Boy, thank you. Good to see you. Yep, still doing a stream tomorrow. Don't you guys worry. But yeah, honestly, creepypastas are fun. I love doing the bonus content. It's a lot. It's not like there's much pressure anyways, but it's much less. Don't do drugs, kid, unless you want to have some fun. That's the first thing my wife Janet ever said to me, giving me a wink. She promptly swallowed a little pill and, without another word, held one out for me. I made a dismissive gesture and off she went back to the dance floor. It was at one of those hidden little back alley scene club. It was at one of those hidden little back alley scene. Oh. For some reason I didn't expect there to be any grammatical. I mean, maybe that is normal grammar there, I don't know. Be cool, squid school. It was at one of those hidden little back alley scene clubs, the type frequented by the weirder or more alternative parts of the population. You know the type. Free spirits, esoterics, soul searchers, musicians, and artists. I could tell right away that the other patrons comprised a group of tightly knit regulars. Somehow, though, I'd caught Janet's attention, and after only half an hour, she was back by my side. We ended up talking for hours that night. I guess it's because of how different we were and how I clearly didn't belong in her world. I'm a mathematician, a number cruncher, so to speak, and work in controlling. Janet, on the other hand, was a free spirit, a painter, and always willing to explore new and interesting things, including substances. Somehow, though, we hit it off, and somehow we made it work. We got married 6 months later. Our relationship was amazing. It felt as if all of our differences only brought us closer to one another. Sure, we had our problems, everyone does, and sure, I wasn't the biggest fan of her little habit, but I had my own vices, namely, costly bourbon. Yet we made it work, and I often took part in Janet's special little evenings. Janet would get high on acid or other psychedelics while painting, and I'd be with her getting drunk. Say what you want, but things never got out of hand. It was all recreational and nothing more than a bit of fun. All that changed when Joseph came around. Janet had her little clique of friends and a group of regulars she'd met over the years at her favorite hidden little clubs and bars. Damn, the line went down. And bars. Don't do drugs, guys. It'll make you stupid. Janet had her little clique of friends and a group of regulars that she'd met over the years at her favorite hidden little clubs and bars. It comprised artists as weird as herself and who shared her interests. I never clicked with any of them, given how different I was, but they were all nice enough. Joseph was different. One of Janet's friends had met him at a club, and he'd quickly become a part of their little... One of Janet's friends had met him at a club, and he quickly became a part of their little group. He was a suave guy who seemed to care more about appearances than anything else. I first met him when Janet held one of her group's meetings. One of her group's meetings. Sometimes I wonder if there would ever be a science. I know this sounds stupid. This is like the most specific thing ever. But if ever there would be like a science, maybe it's applied specifically to like teleprompters for news people or politicians to read. But if there was like a specific science to writing something so that somebody could like dry read it and not have any issues in their like flow. I know that sounds really silly, but sometimes I wonder if there is like a science to like writing flow. The Batman diamond painting is made out of rhinestones, so not actual diamonds, and it was sparkling like that because of my overhead light on my room. That's cool, Madeline. I saw it in the email. Thank you for sending it. And that was dope. You should keep doing more. You should do the ones, you know how like whenever like Looney Tune characters are dressed in like hip hop outfits and they're all like doing gang signs and stuff on like t-shirts? You should do one of those. I first met him when Janet held one of her group's meetings in our living room. I knew right away that I'd never get along with that guy. He had this grating, overpronounced voice and called himself a poet in prose, a writer who only bothered with topics of the highest elegance. Thus, his works would never catch on with mainstream audiences and could only be enjoyed by a select few connoisseurs. When I heard this type of pretentious bullshit, I almost couldn't help but groan, and after giving the rest of the group a quick hello, I left them to their own devices. That evening, I busied myself at the computer while hanging out with my good friend, Mr. Bourbon. Yet a few times, driven by some strange sense of curiosity, I cracked open the door and listened in on their conversations. It was the usual artist talk, the stuff that went right over my head. Occasionally, however, I caught on to Joseph's. This guy with the two. Stay cool, cool cat. Thank you, this guy. What's up, Sarah? You got Joel connected to the 2020-2025 Ford Transit speakers. Hell yeah, dude. Pump that shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's up, Ella? Is it a big compilation Monday? That's a good question, honestly. Are we already at... Did a month already passed already? Maybe it just like naturally pops into my head when to do them. No, I think we got one more week of normal stuff before we're back to compilation. Drinking tonight? I'm not much of a drinker, to be honest with you. I had some friends in town. I was honestly contemplating. They were talking about going out tonight, but they didn't hit me up to this point, so I just was like, fuck it, I'm not waiting around anymore. So, honestly, I'd much rather chill with you guys and not get drunk. I don't know. Getting drunk is so overrated. And I genuinely hate stories about people getting drunk, you know? Like, I get it. You gave yourself poison, and then you did something that a stupid person would do. And it was funny in retrospect. That's usually like the pattern for that poem, you know, so to speak. And it's a poem that you hear so many times that eventually it's like hearing a haiku for the 50th fucking experience, and it's just not entertaining, especially when that haiku results in like your brain pulsating the next day, ready to explode out of your ears, and you feel sick to your stomach. I don't smoke pot. I don't know. I have a lot of friends that do. Like, I have this one buddy, since I don't know how long, he just like smokes dabs like 3 times a day. I don't even know how it affects him at this point. Granted, dabs are concentrated stuff, but he just gets high as fuck all day, every day. I don't know, it's interesting, honestly, like what... I mean, he seems pretty entertained, I guess, so it's fine. Yeah, there's nothing against having a drink once in a while. Though I have heard things about like even just like 2 drinks a week recreationally can have its negative effects on you, and I definitely would like to minimize any negative effects on my body. Do I give Pradeep catnip? Not very often. He goes nuts for it. If I want him to like, if I get him a new bed and I really want him to like use it, I'll put some catnip on it just for him to like associate it with his good memories. You hardly feel weed anymore. Psychedelics are good, but you can't do them every day. You gotta do them like once a week and feel them. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't mind hanging out with people who are like stoned or drunk or whatever, because I kind of am already at their level anyways as far as goofy goes, so they can laugh at my stupid jokes and I can laugh at theirs and be open with them, you know? But I'd much rather feel in control of myself and not wee my pants. Francia. Half a box, holy shit. Yeah. I mean, that's the bad thing about drinking, is it's very insidious, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where, you know, you do the half a box for a while, then say you get stuck in a hospital with an injury. The next thing you know, you're like hallucinating because you're going through withdrawal and nobody knew that you were an alcoholic. Well, it is actually finished. I'm going to add a sealant to it just to keep it safe from dust and dirt, and after that I'm going to get it framed and hang in your room. That's cool. Yeah, honestly, if it's made out of rhinestones, that sounds crazy. You could sell that shit probably. You gotta be the passenger in the Amazon van while I'm on 3 different substances delivering packages. Dude, there's people who deliver my Amazon packages. They piss me off, bro. Like, I literally watch them come up and like throw my fucking shit, and it's like, bro, you're there. You don't. There's no need to like give that fucking thing any airtime at all. Like, you can just gently set that shit down. And I get it. They don't pay them enough to. They got places to be, things to do, but for fuck's sake, man, it's just stupid when they just toss that shit. It's mandatory in the job just to make sure it's not a bomb. Yeah, we gotta throw it, you know, make sure it don't blow up. Occasionally, however, I caught on to Joseph's grating voice as he disclosed the topics his art concerned. He'd talk about dreams and what was hidden behind them, things outside our universe and what lay beyond our conventional mundane reality. It was nothing but esoteric nonsense, most likely fueled by whatever drug he was on. Janet and her friends, however, seemed entranced by this guy, and he soon became the center of their little group. This also meant that whenever they'd meet at our place, I'd have to tolerate the guy's presence. When I talked to Janet about it, she merely shrugged. He's just an eccentric artist, you know. You're married to one yourself. I laughed and accepted it, at least at first. And the more often I met him, however, the more I couldn't deny something was wrong with this guy. He had this sort of aura around him, one I couldn't put anywhere and that I couldn't help but be unsettled by. I wish I'd done something by then. I truly wish, but I guess it was already too late by that point. It was no other than Joseph. Oh, none other. Nocturnalia. Is that a real drug or is that made up? Sounds kind of cool. Also, I kind of wonder related to my allergies. Like, I used a Navage recently, like whenever I felt myself getting a little stuffed up. But I'm also one of those people with some real big sinuses, and when I use the Navage, even though I think I'm like cleared out, I feel like it'll be like a couple weeks later when I just like blow out a bunch of mucus that like has been like stuck in my brain for a long ass time, and I kind of wonder if that maybe like made things worse. Anything makes me sleepy. Water even does. Drink it, then I'm falling asleep while peeing in the toilet. Can't live life, to be honest, without being sleepy. Is that like an issue? Peanut butter whiskey. Maybe one day. Water and fire tarot. You'll be happy to hear that I'm taking your advice related to mercury being in Gatorade. It was none other than Joseph who, unbeknownst to me, introduced her to this new fancy designer drug, this Nocturnalia. How do you think we should it's a made-up word, but how should we say it? Nocturnalia? Nocturnalia. Nocturnalia. Flonase. Yeah, I just don't want to use any of that shit. I just want like the natural. Can't neti pots infect your brain if you don't have distilled water? Yeah, you're supposed to use distilled water in these like saline, little packets or whatever. Yeah, I'm not using like brain shit. But I guess at the same time, who knows? Maybe the water gets infected over time. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I have a brain-eating bug inside me right now. It was none other than Joseph who, unbeknownst to me, introduced her to this fancy new designer drug, this Nocturnalia. I only found out about her using it by chance. One evening I found Janet painting, and while taking a hit from some strange glistening powder. When I asked her about it, she told me it was nothing but another psychedelic. I knew Janet was smart. I knew that she was a responsible user, and I knew she always did her research. Yet I soon noticed the changes. Janet's paintings were beautiful, but also of a peculiar kind. Her works were more about colors and emotions than motifs, yet they all had one thing in common. They were bright and vibrant. After she started taking this Nocturnalia, her works became different. At first, At first, it was. Wouldn't it be it was? I'm currently at a Daniel Sleevey concert waiting for it to start. Nice, dude. Who's Daniel Sleevey? He's one of the original voice actors from Rugrats, I think. I have an amoeba, yeah. I got one of the brain worms like RFK. I'm gonna start feeling a little strange. What's up, Jayla? At first, it was slight changes. Nothing but the minutest change in the color scheme. And before long, however, they were nothing like her earlier paintings. They became dark, weird, and much more surreal than anything she'd painted before. When I asked her about it... When I asked her about it, she'd laugh and told me she was expanding her artistic horizon, trying out new things and bringing her art to the next level. Somehow, though, I could tell something else was going on. In many of her new works, I could almost see the strange twisted figures hidden behind the dark swirls and spirals she painted. It seemed as if she'd been taken by Joseph's words, and her work had become nothing but an expression of the things he talked about. What had once been vibrant colors had been transformed into strange dreamscapes and dark spaces. What had once been vibrant colors had been transformed into strange dreamscapes and dark space nebulas hiding terrible horrors. I'd always enjoyed watching her paint, but now I could almost feel Joseph's ghastly influences emanating from her work. Her paintings had this otherworldly aura to them, one I could feel growing stronger the longer I stared at them. We had our first big fight when I confronted her about it and when I learned who'd actually gotten her this strange new drug. "I told you. I'm just trying a new style. It's not like I'm going full emo or something," she said, laughing. "I know, but isn't it because of Joseph? I mean, I heard some of his talk in those paintings. They're all... I don't know." "You mean because of the Nocturnalia?" "What?" "Yeah, Joseph brought it along. But I told you already it's... Wait. He's the one who got you hooked on that shit? How can you just take some random drug this guy brings along? Wasn't it your first rule to always do your research to make sure it was safe? Or are you so taken by this guy and his stupid talk you can't even think straight anymore?" For a moment, she was taken aback by my outburst, but then she started me down. Breakup night and bring a little joy this horrible period. I'm sorry about that. Breakups are weird, isn't it? You know? Because you don't often break up with friends, you know? But for some reason, like, there's another human being in your life who you want to, you want to be intimate with and share a much more personal experience of the world with compared to just normal friends. And yet for some reason to experience that, it has to like ride some like very thin tightrope line where if it deviates or gets too shaky, you just like fall off and everyone kind of takes a bit of a tumble from it, you know what I mean? And it's just odd to me, you know what I mean? Like, you would think relationships... I wonder if that's like an evolutionary thing, because it's like... maybe it's just the sexual aspect that just like drives us as humans like so crazy, I suppose. Both with like jealousy and like expectation and demands or whatever. I don't know. It just seems like it really shouldn't be that hard, you know? Summer Babe, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. What's up, Galactic? How we doing? He says it's after I eat something that's food allergies. I mean, I don't know. I mean, after this like sickness or whatever the fuck goes away, I imagine it will get better. But I think that's what's really strange about it, is that because it just seems to come and go, you know what I mean? I don't know. The Banshees of Inishirin raised the issue of a friend breakups, and people should talk about it more. Hey, Jeremiah Larkin with the big 20. Hi, Brother Joel, you rock. Thank you for being on this earth. I can stay for a hot minute, then I must get. No worries, Jeremiah. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for the 20 buccarinos. Most people make music because of relationships that stirred them, I feel. Well, I mean, that's true too, I guess. I guess it's just such a heightened sense of emotion that, like, it quite literally is like a drug, you know, where the drug needs to constantly give you that certain sense of high, and then as soon as it doesn't, if it's taken from you, that's the withdrawal effect, or like the frustration, that the heightened emotions and the lack of logic that one might feel when the drug is not available. Maybe relationships should be more like cigarettes, you know? Kills you slowly, not so quick. Or maybe relationships should be like eating chicken, rice, and broccoli. Or it's simple, but it's reliable, you know? And it gives you what you need. If your current relationship doesn't work, I'm going celibate. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. It's just like weird to think that like so many people go into a relationship and are just immediately under the presumption of like, it's not gonna work. It's like, why though? Why does that mean that maybe it's going too fast in the first place? Where you're like, it's like jumping off a cliff or something into like water that you don't know how shallow the water is at the bottom. It's like some weird risk that you take. But does it really need to be a risk? What's my max push-ups? I don't know. I feel like I remember doing like, it's been a long time, but I feel like I remember doing 50 on stream one time. And then my bench was like, this was more recent, but I had like finally hit 300. But that took me, my like bench has just never been strong. I feel like the squat's always been good. You're watching a previous live but didn't get the notification for this one. Yeah, it's strange. Ripped. I'm not really ripped. I just, been working out pretty consistently since I was like 14, doing sports and shit. I don't think I could bang out 50 now, though, to be honest with you. Maybe 40. We could try it. But then I'd be breathing all hard and shit right now, and that'd be kind of annoying. Be my dumbbell. I'm gonna curl everybody in here. What's my exercise routine? At this point, dude, all I really do anymore is just do compound lifts, and I kind of want to get into calisthenics because it seems like everybody that does that is just like shredded. I wouldn't mind like hiring like a calisthenic coach or some shit, But yeah, like just the compound, like for a while there I was doing like a 5-3-1 strength program with overhead press, bench, squat, and deadlift. But more recently I switched it to like a 12-10-8 style thing, so it's like more reps, but you're still making progression with strength, but it's more about just like controlling the reps in like a power building sense, I guess. And then just going on fucking walks. What's the thing on screen? That's Wendy. She's happy today. But I currently am trying to lose weight, and I kind of was stagnant for quite a while just because I'm not exactly sure what it was. I just wasn't really counting calories, but kind of getting into the routines of eating, but it wasn't really smart about it. And now I started like just focusing pretty much solely on like protein and like keeping under like 2,200 calories a day, and I just like started dropping pretty rapidly. I'm at like 220 right now, but it's crazy because like there were days where I didn't even realize it because I was eating a lot of like cashews. You would think that cashews like wouldn't be a big deal and you could just eat them like chips or some shit. It's like the healthy chip, but it is technically, I was taking in some like upwards of like 4,000 calories some day just because I was eating cashews. What's my motivation? I don't know. Motivation is a made up thing. You know what I mean? I guess the motivation on my end is like, I don't want to like fall behind in life. You know what I mean? In what I perceive myself to be. But that all started, I guess, in my adolescence when I was young, where I found a certain sense of identity by like lifting weights and feeling strong and cool. And then now it's just like stuck with me. So that's kind of sick. In the same way that I think like a long distance runner, when they're really good at it in high school, they just do it forever because it makes them feel good. But yeah, it's like motivation isn't really a real thing. It's more just about discipline and just doing things over and over again, even if you don't really want to. What sport did I excel at? I wouldn't say I would like particularly excelled at any particular sport. Like I was decent at football and pretty strong, but I never fucking studied the playbook and just like kind of would rather hang out with friends and stuff, and found myself more as like a backup in like football. And I think my senior year I just like didn't give a shit, so I quit and I played rugby, and I had a lot of fun playing rugby actually, because there was a lot more like there was a lot more just like just dummy pantses on the team, you know what I mean, who like didn't take it very seriously. And so I like, had years of like training weights and running and shit. So it's like you're immediately at like a advantage because you actually tried in the past or whatever. Rugby seems like a black sheep sport. Yeah, it's especially in America, it's not like huge, but it definitely is catching on or whatever. Joel, you don't sound like you're 220, you sound like you're 135. Yeah. Oh my God. I can't even imagine. I think I was like 135 in fucking 6th grade or some shit. I can't even imagine being like that rail thin now. I really want to relish your life. We really need to get you a Wienermobile. I know, dude. This is my dream vehicle. Just drive that around all day with me and Blippy. Oh, am I streaming at 5 a.m.? It's only 11 for me. Were I a raver? I went to some like concerts and stuff, but no, I was kind of straight edge in a lot of ways. I would participate in those crowds, but I just never like fell into the negative stuff, I suppose. You're 5'10", 125. Sounds like you need to lift some weights, dog. Eat some protein. I'm just kidding. It's fine. Whatever makes you happy, though. But I believe that everybody should participate in some degree of resistance training and challenge their muscles, because it's just good for you. You live longer, and you can do more things. And you can metabolize food better, too, if you have more muscle, so you can just eat more shit. No, I'm just kidding. But you do get away with more whenever you have more muscle. I saw the Wienermobile and Planters Peanutmobile both in Seattle. Holy shit. They should have just like imagine if they both crashed into each other, how comedic of a scene that would be. I look like Dr. Mike. Who, the boxer or Mike Israetel? I always feel bad whenever like Mike Israetel like makes fun of himself or whatever. Because, I get it. He's like a bulbous, steroid fellow. But at the same time, I think he looks good. He's massive and jacked, and he's married and happy. And, well, I don't know. It's probably just the steroids. I think the steroid. I mean, he's really the only content creator who like openly talks about steroids making you nuts. Making you like anxious and just your brain ruminates on things, and you get like violent thoughts and all this like really bad stuff. What's the other end of resistance training again? What do you mean the other end? I guess, yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say like weightlifting is one particular part, but then, body weight training and the resistance sense could be as well, like doing calisthenics and stuff. Mike Israel's hilarious, yeah, but I think he jokes to make himself feel better. Yeah, I think the self-deprecation aspects are just something that we all learn as a coping mechanism, and I'm glad that he does it because it's relatable for sure. But I don't think he has any like need to be insecure about anything. He's freaking done literally everything right. Calisthenics are definitely effective. There's a bunch of videos on YouTube available for free, my dad. Your dad makes videos? Do you know Crew Cali? He's not. Oh wait, like Cali Lifts or whatever, or what the hell's his name? He's the only one because it's an anomaly for steroids to make you feel like that. It's an anomaly to feel like that on steroids, to feel anxious and crazy. I'm fairly certain it's pretty. That's like the whole concept of roid rage, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know, man. I've heard, maybe if you get your testosterone within a certain range that's like healthy, if you were low to start with, perhaps that would make most people like more mentally secure. But I think anything beyond that and like the hyper limits of like 1200 and beyond like makes you have some pretty aggressive sensations inside your brain. Yeah, I mean, well, corticosteroids are obviously different than the, like, exogenous testosterone or, like, synthetic testosterone, all that kind of stuff. For a moment, she was taken aback by my outburst, but then she stared me down. Oh? I'm taken by him? Is that what you think? You know, maybe if you wouldn't be drinking so much, and maybe if you join our meetings for once in your life, you'd know what actually is going on. Instead, you just hide in your stupid little office and play your stupid little video games. What's actually going on? What are you... Just stop it, Stephen. All right? And with that, she stormed out of the room. We made up eventually, but not a thing change. Not a thing change. We made up eventually, but not a thing changed. She kept working on her weird paintings, kept hanging out with her little group, and kept doing the strange nocturnalia. Nocturnalia. Did I say nalia or nalia? I don't know. You never wanted to be taller? Yeah, I don't think there's a desire to be taller as like a girl. It seems like girls tend to want to be like smaller and petite, and guys want to be like as big as possible. It's like the two opposing yin and yang kind of thing. What's up, Chandra? Read me Buffy the Vampire fanfiction, please. You got it. That's coming up here soon. That's the next story. You big into Star Wars or comics or anything, or are you a horror purist? No, I like Star Wars a lot. I mean, Star Wars has definitely gone downhill since, you know, more recently or whatever with the whole Kathleen Kennedy bullshit, but I don't know. I still have faith that a lot of, like, the fandom has, you know, kind of sticking pure to it, or can still produce something down the line. Like, it's obviously still like a universe that's like ripe for interesting stories or whatever. It's just as of lately I don't really know what it has to offer as like far as Disney goes and all that. The Final Destination 5 trailer, no, I didn't. I'm gonna check that out. We made up eventually, but not a thing changed. She kept working on her weird paintings, kept hanging out with her little group, and kept doing the strange nocturnalia Joseph had brought along. A week ago, they met at our place again, and I wish I'd have kicked that fucker out then and there, screamed at him to leave my wife alone and bring none of that shit near her ever again. But I didn't. Somehow I couldn't bring myself to do it. Looking back, I can't help but wonder if I'd been afraid of him even back then. When he entered, he was as suave and charming as always, all smiles, all words, and talking in his usual mixture of half-riddles and thesaurus words. While the rest of the group swooned all over him, I had to keep my balled fists in my pockets. This time I didn't even bother with greetings. Instead, I stormed to my office, hit the bottle, and settled in for a night of shitty video games and early sleep. All the while, I knew my wife and her friends were most likely getting high on Joseph's little wonder drug. Even with the volume turned up, and even while I was getting progressively drunker, I could hear their laughter and their high-pitched, excited voices, most of all Janet's. And I know what you're thinking. This dude's gotten my wife hooked on some new designer drug, and he's fucking her. But no, that wasn't it. I wish it would have all been so simple, but it wasn't. The first thing I remembered was waking up at my desk. It was long past midnight, and I was clearly very drunk. The almost empty bottle of bourbon stood right in front of me, like some accusatory monolith. And then I felt it. I can't describe what it was, but something had changed in the house, in the air, and for a second, goosebumps came all over my body. Something was wrong here, very wrong. I pushed myself off my chair and stumbled towards the door, bottle of bourbon in my hand. Bottle of bourbon in hand. was kind of funny. We were talking about what wanker was last stream, and I was saying that a wanker was like a shot of cream that people drink and stuff in the UK after tea and biscuits. And it's just really funny. Like, I don't know. It's just interesting because, like, I oftentimes kind of just like say sarcastic jokes, but it's even funnier like how many people don't really pick up on sarcasm, I suppose. And they gotta, no, actually, wanker's like a guy that jerks off and is kind of an asshole in here. I'm like, I know, Jesus fuck, I know, I fucking know. You trust me. Everything I say, you trust implicitly. All right, good. Sacrifices will begin in 1 hour. Also, somebody mentioned something about like Joel's giving his Joe Rogan-esque pablum takes on like political things that he knows nothing about. And honestly, I would say that person's probably like pretty correct. Because like sometimes I do give perspectives on stuff that like is clearly outside of my wheelhouse of knowledge. But honestly, I feel like that's kind of how most of us are, and like our perspectives on things. Like a lot of our ideas, do they even like originate from within inside of us at all? Like we might have certain gut instincts, but most of what we say, I sometimes wonder, is just to like sound like we're in the know on something, or that we've trusted the appropriate source to sort of like parrot what they've concluded, you know. And you know, I don't try to peddle any pablum. That describes almost everyone. I'll never be Noam Chomsky. Yeah, I mean, Noam is a very articulate gentleman. I haven't listened to his stuff in a long time. He kind of like, it seemed like once the Trump administration came around, he kind of like became less relevant or something like that. I don't know, but I remember like his criticisms of like the wars in the Middle East always seemed like pretty astute, and then I don't know where exactly he went. The Joel Rogan podcast checks out. Train by day, Joel Rogan podcast by night, all day. Don't do that. Don't do what? You don't do it. Fake it till you make it. I guess that's true. I mean, I really have no honest... Most of my specialty is just more of a philosophy. I guess if I studied a particular topic for a period of time to understand the ins and outs, then I could maybe give some insight pertaining to things, but I wouldn't say that I'm like relatively seasoned pertaining to any sort of politic or knowledge or insider concepts or anything like that. Honestly, I feel like most people could just like, when I think about like how divisive politics has been for the most part, like most people, and based on how much they actually know to that like superficial level, could genuinely just like walk up to each other and ask, do you like flowers? And just determine if they could be friends with each other, whether or not the other person likes flowers. Like that would be as constructive of a conversation as like what usually gets on a college campus, you know what I mean? What is this, a school for ants? And maybe that's what we should do, just talk about flowers. I know a lot of things and can usually tell when people are talking out of their ass about things and you don't come across like someone who's talking about things they're clueless about. Well, yeah, I mean, just when it comes to... sorry. Anyways, I don't claim to know anything about any of it when it comes to the world stage at all. All I can do is like shoot by the hip, Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, that's bad. Don't. Oh, I wish it was better. And it really is no difference than me being like, are you a fan of daffodils? Yeah, I like daffodils, dude. Do you like daffodils? Yeah, they're pretty. They are pretty, aren't they? Alex J, welcome back for 37 minutes. Hello, Joel. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Alex, good to see you. Oh, that's weird. Joni, I can see your flowers over there on the one chat screen, but then on the one that I normally look at, it doesn't have it. So I'm like confused if it's not showing me all the... Oh. What's the difference between top chat and live chat? I don't quite understand. Whatever. How's my cat? He's good. He's curled up in a ball on my sweatshirt behind me. Can I say your name? Is it Chandra? Is that how you say it? Or is it Chandra? You're the only one watching me on Twitch. Guys, you gotta go follow me on Twitch. Because Twitch will literally electrocute you to let you know whenever I'm going live. I pushed myself off my chair and stumbled towards the door, bottle of bourbon in hand. When I opened it, it hit me right away. It was a sensation, an otherworldliness that seemed to have spread through the entire house. It made me feel like I didn't belong, that this wasn't my home anymore. As I stumbled through the house, I could hear the sounds, strange, wet sounds. It sounded like splashing and squeezing, as if flesh, no bodies, were pushing together and... Wait, was that flesh, no bodies? I don't know. As if flesh, no bodies. No bodies. Shani Osborne, welcome back for 33 months. Says, hugs, Joel. Hope everyone having a great night. Thank you, Shani. Help? What do we need help with? It sounded like splashing and squeezing, as if flesh, no, bodies, were pushing together and coming apart. Below it all, I heard moaning and quiet, echoing giggles. Those sounds. Don't tell me. The first time that came to my mind was sex, an orgy. Some crazed, drug-induced fuckfest was happening right in the center of my living room. The next thing that hit me was the smell. It wafted through the house, a strange, sweet aroma, yet slightly spicy, a smell unlike anything I'd ever smelled before. And for a moment my body felt strange, and I almost turned around. Then the image of Janet came to mind, and my wife Janet being down there, being part of whatever was going on, being fucked by that asshole. My grip around the bottle tightened. Fueled by anger and rage, I prepared, more than prepared, to beat his stupid head in. As I made my way through the hallway, the sounds grew louder, echoed through the house. When I finally saw the living room, strange lights erupted from it. It was an ocean of intermingling colors, dancing and washing in and out of one another like some crazed kaleidoscope rendition of the Aurora Borealis. "Janet?" I called out. "What's going on?" Instead of an answer, all I heard were more giggles and odd voices. I cursed, called out for other members of her small group, but no one answered. I fought myself on... Wait, what is it? I fought myself on step by step, but... I don't know. Yeah, it was like wet bodies smacking together. I was like, alright, we got ourselves an orgy. Finally. Been waiting for true scary orgy stories. I fought myself step by step, but suddenly I felt drowsy and slowly, ever so slowly, the rage went away. It was pushed aside by a feeling of apprehension. Not apprehension, I realized. It was instinct, some part of my lizard brain telling me to leave this alone. Whatever was happening here was not meant for me. I stopped, shook my head, took a breath, and then a deep sip of bourbon, pushed it all aside, and half stumbled, half dashed into the living room. The moment I stepped through the doorway, I froze. The bottle of bourbon slipped from my hands and crashed to the floor right between my feet. It shattered, drenching the floor and covering my feet in sharp pieces of glass. Yet, I didn't give it any attention. I didn't even feel it. I just couldn't. What I saw in front of me was madness, a surreal fever dream that had somehow become reality. Joseph was still on the couch, or a being I knew had once been the suave man I'd seen so many times before. He'd become bigger, had grown in size, and was now an entirely different entity. His eyes, no, his entire face had turned into a mad, rotating galaxy that brought forth the dazzling lights I'd seen. Every other part of his body had turned into a shapeless void, every other part but his arms and hands. His arms seemed to have grown longer, were spread out like two long, spidery tendrils encompassing the entire room. All the while his hands were wide open, his fingers were spread out, moving frantically like those of a puppeteer right above the other members of the group. A group that was not a group anymore, but something else. What had once been almost a dozen people had now become an amalgamation of bodies and limbs, of heads, hands, and feet, a single twisted entity. Yet there was no terror, only awe and giggling as their bodies were being warped, spread out, and pushed together by the mad movements of the once Joseph's hands. Hard work's much appreciated. Thank you, Sleepy. Glad you're doing good. Getting some slorp. Glass shards and orgies. Yeah, that's the best ones. It'd be kind of funny to throw a stink bomb into an orgy. Just like come by and just toss it in there and see what happens. They probably wouldn't even notice. $11.11. Make a wish, everyone. It's 11:11. What's the name of the story? It's called My Wife Took a New Designer Drug. Yeah. The author of today's stories is Ren Writer, R-E-H-N Writer. They reached out to me over email and said, hey, would you like some stories for your channel? And I was like, let's do it. Make it some bonus content. But yes, it is creepypasta. These are not real. This is for the members. Took a drug in bees, so Avicii thought it was cool. Yet there was no terror, only awe and giggling as their bodies were being warped, spread out and pushed together by the mad movements of the once Joseph's hands. And this, his body folded open, and the darkness gave way to a vision. Oh, whoops, not this. And then, his body folded open, and the darkness gave way to a vision, a display. The awe and giggling went wilder, and turned into a mad cacophony. For a moment I saw a dazzling city made of non-shapes, of organic structures growing from the sky, of other similarly twisted beings all surrounded by a mad, swirling galaxy. Then everything went dark. When I awoke, I was lying on the living room couch. All was quiet and normal. No hint of the strange sensations, of the smells or colors remained. Oops, that sounded weird. No hint of the strange sensations, of the smells or colors remained. I was suffering from a splitting headache, and for a moment I groaned and closed my eyes again. And then I remembered what I'd seen and jerked upright. Janet? Where are you? This time I got no answer. Oops. This time I got an answer, but not from her. Instead, it was from a grating, overpronounced voice. She's not here anymore. I turned around to find Joseph sitting in a recliner and watching me from the other end of the room. Maybe I should have did that and not as a weird voice. She's not here anymore. I turned around to find Joseph sitting in a recliner and watching me from the other end of the room, still all smiles. What the hell are you doing here? Where's my wife? What the fuck did you do to her? As I rambled on, I fought myself to my feet. I wanted nothing more than Damn. I gotta really learn how to enunciate shit. As I rambled on, I fought myself to my feet. I wanted nothing more than to throw myself at this asshole and beat that damn smile off his face. She's in a different place now. One you can't reach. As he said this, his smile never wavered, but his eyes changed. Once more I knew that there was something wrong with this guy, and now I realized he was terrifying me. Terrifying me on a level I'd never known or felt before. What do you mean? What do you mean? I asked in a trembling whisper. She's traveled on, but where she went, you can't go. The hell does that mean? You never joined our meetings, but even then, you wouldn't have understood. There are places hidden below dreams, places only reachable by those who strive for them, who want to That sounded weird. Want to transcend these places to lay outside the mental reality. Okay. There are places hidden below dreams, places only reachable by those who strive for them, who want to transcend. These places, they lie outside this mundane reality. I opened my mouth again to call him out on his bullshit, but with the slightest wave of his hand, Joseph shut me up instantly. She was searching for them. Deep inside, she's always been searching for them. She wanted this, always had. There are certain people who strive for more, for ways to transcend, to improve in ways that just aren't possible. At least not here. What they want to feel, to create, to know, is something different that can only be achieved there. This makes no fucking sense. No, it doesn't. Not for you. Where is she? How can I reach her? When I said this, when I screamed those words at him, Joseph slowly got to his feet. With only a handful of steps, he crossed the distance between us and put his hand on my shoulder. You can't, he said with the slightest shake of his head. At this moment, last night's anger, last night's rage at this esoteric asshole returned to me. In an instant, I pushed him back. Don't give me any of that shit! I've had enough! As I did this, Joseph's body changed. I watched as he contorted, folded open, and twisted himself into a dazzling mad galaxy right in front of me. I screamed in mortal terror, cringed back, stumbled over my feet, and hit the floor. As I scrambled away from his dazzling life, Dazzling life, I feel like that's not right. Probably dazzling light. Do I do voice warm-ups? Not really. I guess the one thing I've come to find that really helps is you do your normal water container, but you just do a splash of apple cider vinegar, and it kind of helps to keep your mouth from getting caught up on anything in there. Is this the new Let's Read? Are we X-rated now? Yeah, this is an X-rated channel. All porn all the time. Always has been. I should sing for you. What would be my... Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Poop and pee, poop and pee. Poop and pee, piss and shit. Me, 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 me. And then I start doing like the frog dance from the old Looney Tunes. Hello, my darling. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime girl. That was probably one of the best Looney Tunes back in the day. No one believing that guy that he had a dancing frog. Replaying BioShock and the story is ruining the mood, to be honest. Wait, the story of BioShock is ruining my story, I'll be honest. But I am a Looney Tune. A Looney Goon. A Goonie Goon. What if Looney Tunes was actually Goonie Tunes? And it was just all of the Looney Tune characters gooning for 10 seasons? Do you think that's what they would have wanted? Shuck and jive. The Looney Tunes are kids? The Looney Tunes aren't kids. I'm pretty sure Bugs Bunny's like 32. Daffy Duck, 27. Porky the Pig? Porky's got to be probably late 30s. Elmer Fudd, we do know Elmer Fudd is like 15, unfortunately. I'll give you that one. There's a baby version. Well, I'm not talking about babies. The baby gooning Looney Tunes. It'll come in time. We got to gauge the audience's interest first. How old is Daffy? Maybe there actually is a canonical... Do they ever list the age of the Looney Tune characters? Yeah, how old's the Martian? First appearance in 1940, Bugs Bunny, age and character, often portrayed as a clever adult, probably in his late 20s or early 30s. Boom, I knew that. Fun fact, his birthday is sometimes celebrated on July 27th, the release date of A Wild Hare. Daffy Duck often acts like he's in his late 20s, impulsive and attention-seeking. Funny note, in the show The Looney Tunes Show, he's portrayed more like an adult roommate type. Porky Pig, portrayed as a mild-mannered adult, maybe early 30s. In early cartoons, he was a childlike character, but he aged up over time. That is true. He did kind of change. Tweety Bird acts like a very smart child or toddler. Canon age is never given, but personality-wise, feels like 4 to 6 years old. All right, we'll keep Tweety out of it. Sylvester the Cat, middle-aged dad energy. I love how ChatGPT is just talking like a TikToker. Sylvester the Cat's giving me middle-aged dad energy, especially in cartoons with his son, Sylvester Jr. Did you guys know? It's actually crazy to me that like sometimes a TikToker in front of like the shitty TikTok like green screen talking about like anything somehow carries more like weight in the mind of people than the press secretary at the White House. Sometimes like you can just say the most like outlandish shit and say, did you know, on a TikTok green screen, and people are like, yeah, Mom, did you know that? Did you know that I had Tourette's my whole life and I was totally unaware of it. Suffering succotash. Jesus Christ. TikTok has rotted all of our brains. If you put a cuss word in your Google search, you won't get that annoying AI overview. Doesn't like potty mouths. Oh, nice. As I scrambled away from his dazzling light. As I scrambled away from his dazzling light, I clawed at the floorboards for dear life and pulled my body onward. Away. I had to get away. This was not reality. It was all just... You understand now? I heard a calm, grating voice from behind me. When I jerked around, there was only Joseph, the suave, human Joseph. It's not for you. Only for those who accept it, who want it. And you don't. You never will. But my wife, just give her back. Just give Janet back. I brought out with tears in my eyes. I'm sorry. I can't. She made her choice, made it long ago, and I was only here to help her, to give her that last, final push. And with that, Joseph simply turned around, walked from the room, the house, and my life, leaving me a sobbing mess on the living room floor. It's been a week since then. I told myself repeatedly that none of it happened, that what I thought I saw was nothing but a delirious, drunk dream. But Janet's still gone. For the past few days, I've looked into every single member of Janet's little group. I tried to contact each one of them, went to the clubs and bars that they all frequented, yet no one's seen or heard of them. Seen or heard from them. Yet no one's seen them or heard from them, and for all I know, they really are gone. Sometimes, however, on rare occasions, in these dark joints frequented by the weirder or more alternative parts of the population, I notice a certain figure, a suave one, sometimes a woman, sometimes a man, but they'd always be sharing a strange, glistening substance among the patrons. Alright, what do you guys think? You can be completely honest. Give it a stars out of 10. 10 stars, 10 being the best, 1 being the poopiest. Four. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 6, 4. 4 out of 5. Well, that's an 8. Your acting, 20 out of 10. The story, 8 out of 10. Well, that's not bad. That seems like a pretty solid average. Think you're using a meat slice? Oh, 4, 7.57. Well, I'm going to average all those numbers together and give it a solid 5.5. It's not going to move many tickets, but honestly, it's not bad. Because, hopefully, eventually we got this in the, bonus content, but it eventually makes it to these, really popular, scariest stories you've ever heard compilations, and I definitely want those to be top notch. The tippity top notch stuff. 6, less than a 10, it's 8, 6, 4, 5, yeah. Nothing against it. It's just, I almost kind of wish that if it was digging into if there was something about the characters that desired something new in life, right? Therefore, a certain degree of philosophy probably permeated in their minds or bounced around in their heads. I kind of wouldn't mind hearing more of the writers representations of the characters' individual philosophies, so you can kind of get them know them a little bit better. Same with like getting to know the Joseph guy and how, like, was he actually annoying? Also, why is the dude just getting drunk playing video games every night? That sounds like I'm not rooting for that character at all, to be honest with you. The dialogue sounded a bit robotic or generic. Yeah, that's fair too. Well, we will catch a glimpse into the mind of this author a little bit more. Oh, okay. I decided to make a new Reddit account, fitting my general. Oh, okay. So this person made new stuff. Okay, fair enough. I haven't heard the word suave in years. Rico Suave. I was judging your voice acting too and how much pliable it is to listen to while you relax. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I guess it will sound a lot better once it's like edited and stuff. Also, can you guys hear the background noise of the music in this that's currently playing? Because I might have to turn it up a little bit. Like, it's very subtle, but... Oh, you can't. Oh. How about now? Not at all. Perfect. I just had it playing for no reason at all. Oh yeah, you guys playing Repo? A little bit sounds like Win. Yeah, better. Okay, cool. If it needs to go a little bit louder, if you think, like, I might have to do that. This channel is one of two that you listen to for the best stories and best voices. Yeah, who else do you listen to, Angela? So I can go find them. Just kidding. Mr. Ballin, he is the man with a plan. What if I did like more of a Mr. Ballin like presentation with... Let me know if this is too loud or if this is like doesn't sound good to you. Most old lighthouses have turned into useless remnants of the past. New technology, modern ships, and GPS have made those almost obsolete. Not in my town, though. Our old lighthouse is still very much operative and watched over by old lighthouse keeper. Each night, the light beam is moving over the surface of the ocean till the sun comes up. My town is a small, remote coastal town in northern Germany. Only a few thousand people live here, and we scarcely get visitors. It also isn't too far-fetched to say that we're a bit behind. I was just trying to see if that would actually be something that we could do at some point. What have you done? No, go back. It sounds like an infomercial. How do I make it sound like I'm your friend? I gotta make it sound like I'm your buddy around the fire. Most old lighthouses have turned into useless remnants of the past. New technology, modern ships, and GPS have made them almost obsolete. Not in my town, though. Our old lighthouse is still very much operative and watched over by an old lighthouse keeper. Each night, the light beam is moving over the surface of the ocean till the sun comes up. My town is small, a remote coastal town in northern Germany. Only a few thousand people live here and we scarcely get visitors. It's also too far-fetched to say that we're a bit behind. Better. Okay, perfect. We'll do that one then. Not tonight, but when I buy his channel from him. Just kidding. I'm gonna sell you some flashlights. This flashlight never goes out. It's powered by cocaine, like me. Slap chop guy. Boom! You're gonna love my nuts. You're gonna fucking love them. Mr. Nightmare posted a statement that his voice is not AI the other day. I guess that, like you, he has had some crude accusations, crazy days. I don't even know why Anise would... Did he post that on his, like, community tab? Would there even really be a need for that at all? Because, I mean, presumably people have been watching them for years, so... Posts. I've been noticing a lot of comments accusing my voice of being AI. I'm making an official statement that it is not. Those who have been watching my videos for many years would definitely be able to notice if my narration style suddenly took a more robotic and AI-like tone. I'm not immune to aging. My voice is not the same as it was 10 years ago. A lot of channels now utilize AI voices through 11 Labs and other services, and it's quite clear when you're listening to an AI voice. As far as AI will go, I don't think we'll ever get AI voice generation that will perfectly match an actual human voice. Cool. Anyways. You're gonna love my nuts. He should have put that at the end of his statement. Also, you're gonna love my nuts. And he, you know what he should have done? He should put that statement out and posted a nutsack pic. I feel like most narrators do that in combination sometimes, where there's like face reveals, but sometimes you can skip the face reveal and go right to showing your scrot. And to me, now would have been the time, because I really don't know how you know if someone truly is not AI unless you see that they have testicles. Most old lighthouses have turned into useless remnants of the past. New technology, modern ships, and GPS have made them almost obsolete. Not in my town, though. Our old lighthouse is still very much operative and watched over by an old lighthouse keeper. Each night, the light beam is moving over the surface of the ocean till the sun comes up. My town is a small, remote coastal town in northern Germany. Only a few thousand people live here, and we scarcely get visitors. It also isn't too far-fetched to say that we are a bit behind. I graduated school with barely average grades. For the first 2 years I worked here, and there... Oh. Amy, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. Mom watches a news channel that's narrated by AI. It's horrible because it can't read the right tone in Portuguese. That's why it sounds weird for us. That's funny. I feel like I don't like. I'm not saying she's a boomer in that regard, but just like the meme of the boomer is just so funny to me. It's like I could totally imagine going to a grandparent's house or something, and like the stuff that they watch on like Facebook Reels is just like complete AI slop at this point, and they're like, yeah, it's pretty good, I like this guy. Hello, and welcome back to Mr. Gromit's Immigrant Watch. Today we're watching some immigrants who did some really crazy stuff. You're not gonna like this if you're over the age of 50. Yeah, I gotta prove I'm not AI. I gotta one-up Mr. Nightmare and challenge him to an AI off. If you really are who you say you are, send the pics. I graduated school with barely average grades. For the first 2 years I had worked here and there to earn some money, but it was never anything substantial. It was earlier this year that I found out that the old lighthouse keeper was retiring. Of course, someone was needed to replace him. It wasn't exactly my dream job, but at least it would be a permanent position. I visited the old man, Mr. Wallace, right away and told him about my interest in the job. I somehow must have made an impression on the old man. During the interviews, he singled me out between the candidates and told me he'd give me a chance. On my first official day, the old man and I met up in front of the Lighthouse. I was first to arrive and noticed the old man from afar. He was walking in my direction, dragging one of his legs behind. A limp, I thought. Once he reached me... a limp. That's all he thought in his head. A limp. A limp wiener. Once he reached me, he... of some steaming liquid. Talking about limp, steaming liquid. Oh yeah, my mistakes, I guess, prove that I'm not AI. That's a good point. He was walking in my direction, dragging one of his legs behind. A limp, I thought. Once he reached me, he handed me a cup of steaming liquid. For you, he said with a bright smile. The wind today must be getting to you, boy. So it's a northern Oh, yeah. For you. The wind today must... No, that's fucking terrible. What would a German... Do I do a German accent? Oh, Yoda, yeah. Yes. Do the German? No, that's so bad. Maybe I just sound old. Try to sound like an old guy. Just yell. 999! Yeah. Just think about Hitler. That'll work. It always works. Oh, I thought I heard Pradeep like choking behind me. Some Norwegian. Oh, yes, welcome. A bit Swedish. Germans are pretty quiet. For you. We should just honestly let German, English accent. We gotta find one. Hello, this is me from German. This is probably not the best. Ah, man, it's so hard not to fall into other accents. Let's see, German, English accent, old man. AI could create it. Type of German accents. Here, we're gonna listen real quick. Angry Nazi versus gay German.
What are you kids doing outside?
Ooh, I like your sweater over there. Yeah, that's a nice sweater.
Get back in the house.
Get back in the house. Yeah, well, I guess you're right, honestly. Just do Hitler. Get back in the house. For you. Wiener Schnitzel. For you, he said with a bright smile. The wind today must be getting to you, boy. Wait, the wind today, he's from German, but it says the wind must be getting to ye. Getting to ye, boy. Now he's also Scottish. Ich bin Deutsch. You will eat the bugs. Yeah. The wind. The wind must be getting to ye. The wind must be getting to you, boy. I can't do it. It's actually so hard. If there was like another reference, if there's like somebody else I could reference. Does anybody know like a character? Does it have to be Klaus Schwab? Do I have to just reference Klaus Schwab speeches? Goldfinger? I think Goldfinger's Swedish. I love gold. Or is he Austrian? I forget. This is the German Coast Guard. What is your problem? We're sinking? We're sinking. What are you thinking about? He wanted a lollipop. He's Dutch. Oh no. It's scary. Maybe we just don't do it. Maybe we just do an old man thing. For you, he said with a bright smile. The wind today must be getting to you, boy. Thanks, I answered, taken a bit by surprise. The old man took a deep sip from his cup, The old man took a deep sip from his cup, took out an old key ring, and stepped towards the entrance door. This thing is a bitch to open. He started to turn the key around, but the door didn't budge. Come on, you bloody... Finally, there was a loud clang as the door sprang open. You coming? As I followed him inside, I noticed how dirty and narrow the blight... See, that's what's strange. It's like... It's North German, but like the vernacular seems to be almost like a Northern English person or an Irish person or something, like the bloody and the ye boy, and so that's kind of like confusing a bit, I guess. Rammstein, are you coming? Come on, you bloody... Trying to sound like Nosferatu guy. As I followed him inside, I noticed how dirty and narrow the lighthouse was. When I was a kid, it had been this imposing, grand building. Now I saw that it was pretty unimpressive. There was another door opposite the entrance door. The old man didn't address it at all and instead began his ascent up the stairs. And before I followed, I took a sip from the cup he had given me. I almost spat it out again. This wasn't coffee, This wasn't coffee as I'd expected. The hell is that stuff? Grog. Warms you right up, doesn't it? I frowned, at which the old man started laughing. You'll get used to it. The old man had quite a hard time with the stairs. He had almost dragged himself upwards. Must be the leg. No wonder he's... Oh. I never really thought you put, like, someone's thoughts in quotes. But I guess you do. Must be the leg. No wonder he's retiring, I thought. I heard him wheeze and groan as he clung to the railing. A few times he had to stop to catch his breath. You okay there, mister? You need a hand? I've been making my way up those damn stairs for half a century, boy. I'm fine doing it a few times. Christ. Grog. Dude, I wouldn't mind some grog. That sounds kind of cool. Probably gross, though, but whatever. I've been making my way up these damn stairs for half a century, boy. I'll be fine doing it a few more times. Once we made it upstairs, the old man showed me around. Better get comfortable around here. You'll be spending a lot of time in this room. As I looked around, I saw an old radio system. Other than that, there was a table, a few chairs, a telescope, 2 cupboards, and a small oil stove. The rest of the room was empty. There was a metal ladder that led up from here to the lantern room above. Ain't much need to get up there, the old man said, except to give the thing a checkup before it turns dark. And with that, he motioned for me to follow him upstairs and showed me how to make sure the lamp was working. It didn't take long, and we soon went down again. There ain't much to do up here. Keep watch till morning and make sure everything goes well. So, do you get many calls up here? There aren't many ships coming to town anymore, aren't there? With that, I motioned to the old radio system behind him. Haven't gotten a call in years. There ain't no one here, and if they ever do, it's in those new modern ships. They don't need no old lighthouse anymore. Then why are we even here? Doesn't it mean this place is kind of useless? I mean, not like I'm complaining or anything. This place ain't useless, boy. Now you listen, and you listen close. You don't know what's out there, do you? It ain't those ships that need us. It's the town. For a moment, I looked at him before I burst out laughing. Okay, you almost got me, I said. The old man frowned. Ain't joking around, boy. Yeah, sure, I thought, but I kept my mouth shut. Now here's the thing about my town. You could say it has a history. Over the decades, a number of strange things have happened. One such story is about a fishing boat that went out one morning with a crew of 8. That same evening, the boat returned, but without any sign of the crew, and the men stayed missing. Another tale is about an artist who decided to paint the moonlit sea. The next morning, they found the man babbling nonsense. He had gone mad overnight. And by now, natural explanations have been found for almost all these stories. The artist had a history of mental illness. The fisher boat most likely got caught up in a storm. Back in the day, those stories fed into people's superstitions. With the years, they just became local legends. There are many people in this town even today who believe in the supernatural. From the way the old man had talked, I could tell that he was one of them. And who was I to blame him, though? After half a century up there, I'd most likely tell myself similar things to give meaning to what I was doing. There's one more thing I gotta show you. And with that, he made his way down the spiral staircase. Once we reached the bottom, he opened the door I'd seen before. This is the generator room, he said as he led me inside. This lighthouse is old. The cables and power lines are too. When storms are a little too much, the power can cut out. If that happens, you turn this baby on right here. And with that, he pointed to... With that. Watching your videos for like 5 years. Thank you for the work. Have a great stream. Thank you, Raw Man. Good to see you. This reminds me of 824. Yeah, I kind of wonder if that's what they were going with the what's the actor's name? Willem Dafoe. Willem Defriend or Willem Dafoe? Listening to his voice through a car speakers hits so different. Yeah, what is that like? Does it sound like well mixed, or is it kind of like too much? It actually kind of pisses me off that my friends didn't message me because they acted like it was definitively going to happen. And then to just like say nothing all day, and then on top of that say like, whatever, fucking dummies. And with that, he pointed at the generator. The light has to stay on at all times. Then he showed me in every minute detail how to handle the generator. Turn this there and that here. And if this happens, you need to add some oil. If that happens, the fuel is empty. If the light doesn't turn on once you start it, check the cables. And this went on for almost half an hour, and multiple times he asked me if I understood. Once he finished his explanations, the old man told me he'd stick around for the first couple of nights. He'd show me the ropes, he said. The 3 nights he stayed at the Lighthouse with me were quite all right. I had expected the old man to be somewhat uptight and boring, but he wasn't at all. He cursed like a sailor, knew an endless amount of dirty jokes, and had quite a few stories to tell. He even brought some booze. It was to keep the mood as merry as possible, he said. One of the things he did first thing after... Okay. Did I give up on what thought? I guess so. My brain just gave up on it. Oh, my friend's ditching me. No, it's strange. I don't know. I don't know what they... I was almost... You know, like you're in that mood where you're like... You know that they're going to call you to like ask you to go out, and you don't want to fucking go out because you're 34 and yeah, like I said, you don't want to have a hangover. And then, but at the same time, if they don't at least like make the effort to be like, hey, do you want to come with us, so you can say no, then you just feel like now you're offended. Want me to poop on their cars? If you could, that'd be great. Just give it a little shit. Just a quick splurt. Yeah, you don't want to go, but you want to be invited. And you want your butt to hurt. If it weren't for hangovers, I'd be an alcoholic. That's honestly maybe how I would be. Like, I learned very early on from like drinking with friends in high school, just that I was like, that did not take long for me to get sick to my stomach. And then you throw up, and then the next day you feel like shit, and you're like, I don't like that at all. That was terrible. Like, why has all of humanity been doing this forever? I don't know. Maybe some of them just have like some gene in their body that like makes it so that they don't really get hungover as bad when they're younger. I don't really know. But I think in many ways the hangover has saved me from becoming a bad person. Yeah, and the puking sucks too, honestly. I don't really like that feeling because it's just so embarrassing, because it's like eventually just that feeling of being like, because you know it's coming, but sometimes it's almost like your body like waits till you're like directly in front of the toilet, and then you're just like, you get that like familiar smell and feeling of like toilet water and porcelain as you're hanging over it, and you're like, and it's just like everyone's like, oh, there he goes over there. You'll be fine, buddy. And you pass out on the fucking bathroom carpet, which was so comfortable earlier. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Built up a tolerance to vodka by drinking it straight every day for like 8 months. That doesn't sound good. I don't think you should do that. Yeah, the spins. One of the things he did first thing. This is such a weird grammar thing. Sounds like I'm familiar with it. It's one of those memories you don't really forget, even in your stupor. But at the same time, it's like, if I'm gonna drink, like if it's gonna be a genuine, like, let's go out and drink type thing, I don't know. I just see no other reason not. I feel like you kind of have to go all out. Otherwise, how are you gonna, if you actually end up enjoying it and it's casual, then that's how you become an alcoholic. That's when the real problems start, when you're responsible. On New Year's, someone served a bunch of alcohol for a bunch of kids, so I decided to down most of the drinks really quick so the kids wouldn't drink them and end up puking right before. Wait, what? Where was this at? Who was serving the kids drinks? If you don't feel like you're dying the next day, did you really even drink? I mean, honestly. Who knows? Maybe I got them sick too, because we hung out yesterday as well. And I warned them. I said, hey, I think I have a little bit of a cold. But maybe now they have a bit of a cold, and they just didn't tell me. One of the things he did first thing after arriving was to give the old generator a checkup. After that, he made his way up to the lantern room to do the same. God damn it. After that, he made his way up to the lantern room to do the same to the lamp, and his diligence surprised me. On the last day, I told him I'd be sure to pay him a visit in time, and he said that instead of making empty promises, I'd do well to remember what he told me on the first day. Whatever happens, always make sure the light is on, boy. On my first day alone, I made sure to follow the old man's routine to the point. First the generator, then the lamp, and then everything else. Everything else is pretty much meant. Aaron with the 5 says, "How are you, Big Daddy J? Haven't seen a stream for a little bit. Been busy lately. No worries. Good to see you. Doing good, honestly. Just one day at a time. One day at a time." Everything else was pretty much the radio system. To be honest, I'd had no idea why he even kept bothering with the damned radio. There'd been nothing but static on it, and I doubted it would change any time soon, if ever. The first night alone was terribly boring, and for a while I rearranged the room to my liking and then cleaned it out a bit. Unfortunately, this could only fill up so much time. The rest of the night I was sitting in one of the chairs, staring out at the dark sea, and I played around on my phone for a bit, but without any reception, there wasn't much to do. I cursed at myself for not bringing anything else. I'd not make that same mistake twice. And for the first 2 weeks, I was serious about everything. I was new on the job after all. Once routine settled in, things changed, though. Nothing had happened so far, and I wasn't sure it would stay that way. Quite a few times I turned the radio's volume up in the unlikely... Wait, where am I at? Oh, there it is. Sorry, I lost my space for a second there. But thank you again, Aaron. Appreciate you. Anyone have an ocular migraine? Ocular migraine, so a migraine behind the eyeball? Let's see. How do we get rid of that? Get rid of ocular migraine. Identify triggers: bright flickering lights, lack of sleep or regular schedule, dehydration, skipped meals or low blood sugar, stress or hormonal changes, especially for women, caffeine, either too much or withdrawal, certain foods, chocolate, aged cheese, red wine, MSG, nitrates, lifestyle adjustments, hydration, consistent sleep, screen breaks, eye strain, magnesium, riboflavin, B2, CoQ10, omega-3s, avoid processed meats, artificial sweeteners, potential allergens. Maybe it's one of a lack of magnesium, B2, CoQ10, or omega-3s. Could try eat some fish, eat some salmon, feel better. Or take a multivitamin. Yeah, I guess that might be decent. Stay hydrated. Joel, you seem like the kind of guy who can talk himself out of a fight because you're clever. Am I wrong? I mean, I don't really know why anybody would want to fight me in the first place, you know what I mean? And I say that to them, and they go, "Yeah, you're right. I should just kill you instead." And they have a samurai sword, even though they're banned in the UK. I don't know, I saw some funny thing where it was like, from today on, all ninja swords, nobody will die of senseless ninja swords ever again in the UK. It's always such a proclamation of authority, as if that somehow the samurai scourge was just running amok amongst the villages or something. And then how many people are just traipsing about with a fucking... And I love how they call it a ninja sword. It's as if they're can we get some clarification? There's specific terminology for, these Asianic swords. And I feel like it's a little offensive to our ninja friends to isolate them. What's that going to do to the ninja community? And does that mean that the Shogun, does the Shogun have to give up his, or does he get to just keep doing whatever he wants? A laser sword? Yeah, they didn't clarify that. Yeah, kind of xenophobic. So woke, yeah, true. I'm woke-tastic. What about the I don't know. It was because then it made me think like in the future we're gonna get like a there's literally going to be a day in the UK with that like exact same like cookie cutter United Kingdom like proclamation of authority new law that's gonna come out that's gonna be like, from now on everyone will turn in their non-autonomous EV vehicles. If your vehicle that you currently utilize is not autonomous or electric, proceed to the clunker to junker junkyards right now. No more senseless deaths will be had from human error. You know, and then everybody's like in some weird Tron style, like AI run highway, you know, and it's just straight to the gallows. Sound like John F. Kennedy. No more people will die of getting hit by a fucking motorist. Nothing had happened so far, and I was sure that it would stay that way. Quite a few times I turned the radio's volume up in the unlikely case of an emergency and settled in for a nap. At other times, I brought my laptop and spent the night watching movies or a TV show. To be honest, I felt a little bad about it. I'd been on the job for a good month when the first power outage occurred. A terrible storm was raging, and when the power turned off, I went down to the emergency generator. In the room, I could hear the raging of the storm, the shrieking of the wind and the waves crashing against the beach. That's one hell of a storm, I thought. The power outage lasted till early morning, long after the worst of the storm was over. The second power outage came out of nowhere. The lights flickered and soon went out completely. Again, I made my way down to the generator, and again I heard sounds from outside and wondered if a new storm was coming up. Soon, the rattling of the generator replaced the sounds. This time the power outage didn't last. I have neuropathy in both arms since 2020. Now I got insurance 6 months ago and had more expedient medical issues come up. Oh, damn. Wonder where the neuropathy came from. Do you know? Just kind of came out of nowhere. This time, the power outage didn't last for long, and after not even half an hour, I was on my way back down to turn the damn thing off. What a complete waste of time, I cursed myself. Alright, let me go back actually, like a slight paragraph. Actually, maybe the whole paragraph. I, for some reason, like, kind of forgot where I was. Pinched nerve from cervical or neck vertebra that was compressed happens with injuries or degenerative disc issues. Oh, okay, that could be it. Herniated C5 and 6. Alright, there you go. That's sad. Wonder if there's... I know, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of up in the air, but working with someone who does like the myofascial release process, maybe you could get something that could help to take some pressure off the muscles around that area to, I don't know, maybe perhaps alleviate that compression. The second power outage came out of nowhere. The lights flickered and soon went out completely. Again, I made my way down to the generator, and again I heard sounds from outside and wondered if a new storm was coming up. Soon the rattling of the generator replaced the sounds. This time the power outage didn't last for long. After not even half an hour, I was on my way back down to turn the damn thing back off. What a complete waste of time, I cursed to myself. I turned the thing back off, locked the generator room behind me, and made my way back up. Once I was up again, I slumped down in my chair. Why did I even go through all that trouble? Not like it mattered anyway. It wasn't like any ships would crash. And for the next couple of weeks, nothing happened. Then, one night, the power went off again. Oh, come on, really? I was watching a horror movie on my... Not a horror movie, what the hell? Freudian slip. I was watching a movie on my laptop. I wasn't in the mood for getting up and making my way down to the generator yet again, and the power would most likely be back in an hour anyway. Not like there was a storm or anything. I had one look out at sea and saw that it was completely calm. I turned the movie back on, but after a while, I started to hear something. At first, I thought it was part of the movie, but when I paused it, the sound was still there. It was a low melody or a type of wordless singing. I looked around the room for the source of the sound, but found nothing. It couldn't be the radio, could it? Wasn't it off due to the power outage? I went forward, but before I could reach it, the weird singing... Wait. When did it... Oh, it was... Oh. Did I say wordless singing? I feel like I said something else. Sorry, guys. Fucking... Fuck. I feel like I'm making no progress here. I turned the movie back on, but after a while, I started to hear something. At first, I thought it was a part of the movie, but when I paused it, the sound was still there. It was a low melody or a type of wordless singing. I looked around the room for the source of the sound, but found nothing. It couldn't be the radio, could it? Wasn't it off due to the power outage? I went forward, but before I could reach it, the weird singing got louder. It must be coming from outside, I realized, and as I turned to the window, I saw that the calm sea had turned into raging waves. What the hell? How'd that change so quickly? Then I saw something emerge from between the waves. I stepped to the telescope and used it to see what the heck was going on. As I focused the telescope, the first thing I saw was dark hair, and what followed was white skin that shimmered in the moonlight. I gasped as I finally saw a face. It was the face of absolute beauty, and soon I could see the naked upper body of a young woman above the waves. I stumbled back from the telescope, shook my head, opened and closed my eyes, and looked again. She was still there. Is that a mermaid? It couldn't be. Mermaids weren't real. But then what was I seeing? As I watched on, more started emerging from the sea. They all were swimming together towards the beach, all the while the sea was raging around them. I wondered how these frail beings were able to move so swiftly and carelessly in the choppy sea. Suddenly, a flare was fired into the sky. It illuminated the sea into glaring red light. The beings in the water recoiled from it. They were screaming, shrieking, throwing themselves backward. And before I could wonder who had fired the flare, I saw something horrific. Now their beautiful faces and perfect bodies were replaced by a nightmarish reality. Where I had seen beautiful mermaids before, I now saw bloated, fishy monstrosities. There was no hair or skin anymore, just scales. There were no beautiful faces, just empty, staring eyes. Where I had seen smiles before, there were now giant jaws. Giant jaws. Everyone's rendition of mermaids is always interesting. The poor things always get a bad rep, I believe. Nom nom nom. Where I had seen smiles before, there were now giant jaws that opened to rows of fangs. I watched in utter fear as those gigantic creatures burst through waves and water alike. I was glued to the telescope, watching in utter horror. Then the light of the flare died away, The monstrous beings transformed back into beautiful mermaids, yet again they were frolicking in the water. This time, though, the illusion wasn't perfect anymore. My brain had seen reality, so it refused to discard it altogether. The beautiful faces of the mermaids were disfigured by maws filled with fangs. Their bodies were still shimmering in the moonlight, and now they were bloated and disgusting. For a few seconds I stood there, dumbfounded. From where I could see more. From where I was, I could see more and more of them appearing in the water. Then my grip on reality returned, and I remembered the words of the old man. You know what is out there, do you? Do I like horror movies? I do, but I feel like they tend to like kind of cop out on like actual interesting concepts and like just stick to like, you know, shock humor bullshit. That was kind of like honestly one of the things that kept me away from doing like horror stories like right out the gate on my channel, just because, you know, you hear so much about like blood and guts and scary faces like all the fucking time, you know what I mean? That like to ever hear anything like genuinely unique, which tends to be like originating from the mind of somebody, whether it's like a prediction for the future or a new technology or something science fiction-y, you know, or a new interesting philosophy or take on something, or maybe they even do it in like a very nuanced way. That's why I always kind of feel like science fiction writing will always be written by more intelligent folk, you know, not to put horror writers down or anything like that. And not to say that I can keep up with any of them or anything in my writing, but it's like, it's just, I don't know, it's just, it gets boring always hearing about like, and then the scary fucking thing happened, and it was scary and you ran away from it, and if you didn't run away from it, can you imagine what would happen? It was James. And he came for your peener, torpedo style. But yeah, I don't know. I almost didn't do horror, like creepypastas and all that stuff early on because it was so cringe at times. Like gore can be the exclamation point at the end of a sentence. Yeah, exactly, honestly. Like that's what you were building up to the whole time. I mean, when people do it, like that's why I kind of like love H.P. Lovecraft's like writing, because it incorporated a lot of just like philosophy and ideas and like poetic prose, you know what I mean? It had a lot of layers to it, I suppose, with the manner in which it was presented or whatever. And like a lot of it was just like psychological of the mind, which I think was a lot more interesting than just like he ripped his fucking head off and then he chopped his cock off and then he sucked on his toes till the toenails got pulled out and it hurt. He let out a devastating wail. But then he retreated back into the ocean, only to return in 27 moons. Yeah, like Terrifier. Yeah, Terrifiers. I mean, it's, you know, if you like to stare at people getting sawed in half or whatever through their butthole, like, sure, whatever. But, you know, things like that movie Barbarian, like, it had such an interesting start, and then it just decided to be, like, inbred monster movie or whatever, and then same with like Heretic, like it just nothing happened really, and then scary. I don't know. I just you have all this like interesting concepts, and I don't know if like the producers or the investors like finally get to like hear what the genuine idea of like the director is or the writer is, and they're just like, it didn't test well with like the test crowds. We're gonna need a part where the dude has his eyeball squeezed out of his skull. Something, you know, something like Pee Wee Herman can jerk off to in a movie theater. What's the most disappointing movie you ever seen? Honestly, back in the day, it was definitively those M. Night Shyamalan movies, because he really, back then, I was younger, obviously, but it's like movies were not notorious for being dog shit, and yeah, a lot of his movies seem to carry quite a bit of weight. Unbreakable, fucking Sixth Sense, Signs, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, like The Village, The Village was definitely one of those ones where you're like, what the fuck? I mean, it was interesting, but then once you get over it, it's like, well, it's not really worth watching again, because you know what's coming. You know what the twist. What's the twist? And then, yeah, Lady in the Water. Lady in the Water was interesting because it almost felt like a borderline anime. But if it would have, honestly, if the movie had like maybe another hour of runtime, they kind of, I vaguely recall seeing it in theaters, and that it could have maybe. I remember seeing Lady in the Water in like the most random movie theater. Like it was a very rural movie theater, and I was like surprised to see it was like the only one that had the movie playing at the time. Teeth sucked. Yeah, was that what the one about like the vagina that bites cocks off or something? I was like, okay, cool. I don't know. It's just really hard to get like too stoked about like a gore fest, blood-soaked nonsense anymore. I mean, what? Yeah, I feel like you got to be high out of your mind to fucking enjoy most movies. What do you think about Saw? My one friend was like obsessed with Saw. Like, needed to know every little thing about it. I mean, Saw 1 was good. It was like, whoa, what the fuck? Oh, that's crazy, and then Saw 2, I don't know, it starts to, once you get to the 8th one, you're like, holy fuck. It starts turning into like, what's the Wishmaster? Did you guys ever seen Wishmaster? I think it eventually got bought up by like Sci-Fi Channel and shit, but it's like, all right, bro, now you're just making these just to make them, and that's fine, I guess, but I don't really know how we can keep playing like 4D chess with this like serial killer mastermind who like was thinking like 50 steps ahead, just so happens. What are your 3 wishes? Like, I'm really insecure about this. Can you get rid of it? And it's like, I can, but I'm also gonna have to rip your fucking face off at the same time because I'm an evil djinn. Okay, alright. Then I take back my wish. Would you like to play a game? Let your bit go through your phone. Then my grip on reality returned, and I remembered the words of the old man. You don't know what is out there, do ye? It ain't those ships that need us. It's the town. It finally dawned on me. It must be those things he'd been talking about. They'd recoiled at the flare. The light was to keep them out. And this thought crossed my mind. I realized the terrible mistake that I'd... Poop. As this thought crossed my mind, I realized the terrible mistake I'd made. If not for the flare, I'd never... Wait, what? Who shot the fucking flare? Was it the old man? Is he here? Get inside, boy! Get inside! I hope he says something like that. And I hope it's literally William Dafoe. Will the stream stay public? Yeah, all the streams are public. There's like a tab on YouTube for the old streams, but there's also a playlist too if you want to go back to the playlist. Because then you can like check out all of them from like fucking 10 years ago at this point. I've been streaming for like way too long. It's crazy. Oh, the stream will stay up, but the members, it will get edited for a members only video / Patreon. It is Aquaman. He's brought his trident. As this thought crossed my mind, I realized the terrible mistake I'd made. If not for that flare, I'd never... I rushed to the stairs. Taking multiple steps at a time, I made my way to the generator room. I tried to open the door, but it was locked as always. I reached into my pocket and tried to find the right key. The noise outside grew louder as well as nearer. I couldn't concentrate. All I had in my mind was the image of the monsters out there. Any moment now they would reach the beach. Have you reached the beach? The playlist sold me. Nice, dude. Who knows what I said fucking moons and moons ago. You put that entire playlist on random when I sleep. My husband calls you the sexy, scary stories. That's funny. Listening to it on random would be interesting. It takes you over the years. And literally none of my stories have gotten more interesting. Well, not these ones, but the ones from my own life. Any moment now, they could reach the beach, and with it this lighthouse, and there was no singing anymore. Now I only heard loud roaring. As the door sprang open, I hurried inside and tried to turn the generator on. Nothing happened. What? Man. Oh boy, I don't even know. I'm like not in the mood to really read the rest of this. I mean, I will, but... As the door sprang open, I hurried inside and tried to turn the generator on. Nothing happened. What the fuck? Why aren't you working, I thought. I kicked it open and tried again, but still nothing. I was starting to panic. I tried again. Then I remembered the oil. Since the last power outage, I had not checked the thing at all. Why the fuck now? Why the hell? It was cut off by a noise coming from outside. It's just your imagination. It's just your imagination. There's nothing. Something hard and sharp scratched alongside the outside of the sturdy metal door of the lighthouse. I froze. I held my breath. Each second turned into an eternity. Once I was sure that everything was quiet, I dared to breathe again. Right at this moment, something heavy hit the door, and I could hear one of those things roaring from outside. It was only a few meters away from me. I rummaged through the shelf to find the oil. Where the fuck is it? It must be here somewhere. Fear had overtaken me completely. I looked at the shelf, but wasn't seeing anything. My eyes wandered from left to right, and then to the left again. There was nothing there. My eyes grew wide, and I winced as another bang hit the door. Something was trying to tear its way through the metal. At that moment, I saw the bottle of oil. Amy, thank you for the 5. Says I recently got a Billy the Puppet plush from Saw to move around my home gym. He wants to play a game, and the only way out is to do a workout. That's awesome. I'm gonna need a pound of fat by the end of this workout, or you're not leaving. Thank you for the 5. At that moment, I saw the bottle of oil, but as I picked it up, it slipped right through my fingers. I cursed again, then picked it up once more. Then I started to pour the oil into the generator. Sweat dripped from my forehead, my body was shaking, I spilled more than half of the oil. Would the light even do something? The flare worked, but if those things are already out of the water, what if? I didn't get to finish the thought. The banging and tearing at the lighthouse door stopped. Moments later, I saw the doorknob turn. The image of the old man locking the door each morning appeared in my mind. He held the keys in his hand, put it into the keyhole, and turned it twice, giving me a nod. You never know who shows up out here. I hadn't locked the doors. I hadn't locked it in weeks. I stood there but couldn't move as I heard the door open, and for a moment, slim, feminine fingers pushed themselves between the door frame and door. Then reality placed them, and a claw-like hand ripped the door open. Right at that moment, the bloated body of one of the fishy abominations appeared outside the door. In the dark of the night, I wasn't sure what I was seeing. There were too many appendages. It looked to me as if it was a grown together mess. Wait, does anyone know who shot the flare? Did the kid shoot the flare? I'm confused. Yeah, I think it was P. Diddy Baby Oil that runs the Lighthouse. That'd be pretty funny if P. Diddy owned a lighthouse. That's like something I could imagine he does. Hey, Vincent, thank you. Good to see you. Read Blind Sight by Peter Watts. What's that about? Starbase, what's up, dude? It looked to me as if it was a grown-together mess of various creatures. I saw legs and arms, but also fins and gills. The body itself was long and much more muscular than I'd thought. I tried to start the generator again, but nothing happened. The monstrosity roared at me, this time so loud that my ears were ringing. I saw its dead eyes focus on me. The jaws started to open and close in anticipation before it slithered forward. Then it started to squeeze its body through the door. As the massive body came closer and closer, I tried the generator again and again. Long, scaly appendages shot forward, clinging to the door of the generator room. As it dragged itself forward inch by inch, the generator finally rattled to life. With it, the lights of the room and in the stairway flashed to life. The abomination roared and screamed up in pain. It raged and yanked itself backward to escape the light. The stare of the empty, fishy eyes rested on me the whole time. They promised that the thing would return one day, and it would drag me down into the dark depths it had come from. Then the creature had vanished. I threw the door shut and locked it. Then for the remainder of the night, I shat myself. You know, you don't really get that too often in some of these scary stories. Like, nobody ever shits themselves. Or, like, they don't shit themselves enough. I feel like that's how you know if a story is true or not. Like, somebody just completely fucking craps their pants. You actually narrated a story based on a town over from mine. That's cool. What was it about? Jeepers creepers. I just soiled my diaper. Hey, see ya, Sam. Take care. I threw the door shut and locked it. Then, for the remainder of the night, I sat shivering in the room at the top of the lighthouse. I sat there, covered in a blanket, shaking and scanning the sea. Thankfully, I saw nothing. Even at dawn, I didn't move, and after more than an hour, I started to go through the old man's routine. It wasn't my sense of duty, neither was it diligence. It was fear. I pushed the moment when I'd leave the lighthouse off as far as possible. In my mind, the thing was still out there, waiting for me. And for a long time, I contemplated if I should stay inside. After I had checked the outside from the top more than half a dozen times, I decided to leave. And by now, it was past 8 in the morning, and the sun had been up for more than 3 hours. Everything was normal outside. Nothing reminded me of the abomination I had seen at sea. On my way home, Remind me of the abomination. Should we use the word abomination again? Or maybe we should use Obama's nation. No, I'm just kidding. SNL is on. You're gonna skip me for SNL? Are you fucking crazy? Are you a liberal? Amy, thank you for the 5. Says I posted a picture of a Billy the Puppet in your subreddit on the bench. Let's check this out. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Let's examine the rest of your basement too. You got some decent weights there though. They look cool. They did the weekend update. Okay, thank gosh. Sending blessings, Joel. Love your narration. Has always been one of my top goes-to on YouTube. Thank you, kid. Good to see you. You're foregoing your gaming tournament for me? Really? Dude, what gaming... Are you missing out on money or... a sweet experience with friends? But... You gonna listen and watch SNL? Damn, dude. You're gonna get the double gay. You're gonna get doubly infected with gay. Me and SNL going at the same time is gonna just like... all you're gonna be thinking about is just... buttholes. Everything was normal outside. Nothing reminded me of the abomination I had seen. On my way home, I noticed a commotion near the beach. As I got closer, I saw that the police was there as well. I pushed myself through the crowd to see what had happened. The sand in front of me was splattered with blood. In the middle of it was a covered-up body. He must have been torn to pieces, I heard one of the police officers say. Then I noticed a flare gun lying next to the corpse. Who? Who is it? I yelled towards the police. At first they ignored me, but finally one of them came forward. He recognized me as the new lighthouse keeper and took me aside. The name he told me made my heart drop. It was Jeremy Wallace, the old man. I later found out that even though he had retired as the lighthouse keeper, he still went to the beach at night, and after he gave up his job, he had still continued to keep watch. He must have been concerned. The leather Cheerio. Is that what? That'd be funny if there was like a term for like buttholes that only the gay community knew about and nobody really was aware of. And we've just heard this very clandestine information about the leather Cheerio. That's going to be my next Overwatch username. Cornwallis anal finger was ripped apart by mermaids. Only coping mechanism since I got clean, even though I listened before too. Well, I'm glad you're clean, honestly. I mean, I've had family members more recently who are completely turned away from that. Thank God, man. And honestly, it's crazy. It's genuinely insane how like somebody on drugs, you just think that they're like gone forever, and then you give them like 2 months off of it, and they just like come up and they're like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, I have no idea who I was back then, but I'm feeling pretty good now, and I'm really sorry. Hey, Shorn, what's up, dude? Brown Eye Fruit Loop. Count Chocula's life saver. Blah, blah. I'm going to eat your poop. He must have been concerned when the He must have been concerned when the lamp of the lighthouse turned off and didn't come back on. Once he saw the beast closing in on the beach, he must have used the flare gun to ward them off. Once the light of the flare died and the light of the lamp didn't return, those beats. Once the light of the flare died and the light of the lamp didn't return, those beasts must have come after him. I remember the limp. There was no way that he couldn't have gotten... God damn it, I cannot fucking get on a tear tonight at all, bro. Chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored wild out. Bring it on. 5 years sober from meth in April. Got a few stories from these days. Been considering submitting one in. I'll be honest with you, there's like times where I've thought about doing some pretty terrible stuff to people I know as like dealers. just because it's, I mean, not actually in Minecraft, obviously, but it's like, I don't know, when you see like that there's someone who's just like consistently destroying people you care about, you're just like, well, that's no good. How am I doing? I'm doing good, honestly. We're just getting some bonus content in here for members, dismembered members. Take him to the Matthews Bridge. Biscuit in the house. What is the Matthews Bridge? Like, what the fuck was he talking about? Of course, back in the day, Limp Bizkit was sick. It's just like, I remember listening to like some of the CDs where most of it was just sort of like weird, experimental, like rock bullshit, you know, where it would just kind of like drone on for a while, like 9 Inch Nails or some shit, but it would still like went really hard. About the Matthews Bridge in Tampa, Florida. Oh, okay. Is John Otto, was he like his producer or something, or like beat maker? How would one read a story for my channel? What, like be a narrator on the channel? You have to get to 100,000 subscribers, and then we'll talk. Either Tampa or Jacksonville. John Otto's the drummer. Oh, okay, that's cool. And why are they taking them to the Matthews Bridge? Are they all going to jump off or something? My way or the highway. It's also fucking funny, like just, yeah, I don't give a flippin' fuck about piss. I'll take a piss right in her drink, maybe. Hey, Nelly, did you ever think about eating my ass? Hoo-hoo. And then they should have did a whole music video where it was just Fred Durst trying to get across like a really big monkey bars. And maybe done like some cool editing in slow motion. Him just playing at a playground the whole time. How do I submit a story to your channel specifically? I never submitted it. You can submit it to letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. It's should be linked in every video if you need to find it. Not going this time because now he's a Golden Globe winning Hollywood rat. Aw, damn. Doesn't it always turn out that way? Once they start hanging out with Diddy, things get a little shitty. Do you think the Minecraft movie is going to blow chunks? I mean, well, I guess the real question is, will it be as good as the Mario movie? Did I really like the Mario movie? Not really. Did I dislike it? Not really. It set out what it set to do, you know what I mean? It didn't like preach to you about stupid bullshit. It just entertained little kids, and that's really all the Minecraft movie has to do, and just like kind of point to a few things within the realm of Minecraft and be like, look guys, it's an Enderman. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. And everybody in the audience claps like they just landed a Delta flight. And yeah, that's all they need to do. And Jack Black just needs to get naked like once or twice. That would be really funny if like the whole movie it was like pretty normal, and then just like towards the end they have Kyle Gass come out and he's just this big rotund guy with his cock hanging out. A boy can dream, a boy can dream. Did you see Speed become a Shaolin monk? I did not, no. There's some pretty crazy clips from that China. After you mentioned that, there's some fucking funny clips from his trip to China. It's like genuinely insane. Your 13-year-old brother who doesn't love Minecraft, or who does love Minecraft, doesn't even want to see it. I mean, that's fair. I mean, what was the advertisement? The advertisement was just like, we're making a Minecraft movie, and it's coming out soon. Which is really all they needed to do. Like, they could have just done like a teaser trailer said its like date and then like also done a few other things where they don't show any of the actors and just allowed everyone to be like kind of surprised that Jack Black and a bunch of other random mishmash of nonsenses in the movie that are totally unrelated. But that's what I like really dislike about video game movies is that you know for a fact, once again, even though I know Minecraft doesn't have like some like set lore or anything of that nature, but every stupid bullshit video game movie for the most part in Hollywood is always like they have to go to New York and fall through a fucking like portal or some shit, and then oh whoa, we end up in where are we? I think we're in Minecraft. Hey guys, it's me, Steve. Welcome to Minecraft. It's just like, dude, just create the movie within the universe, like from the get-go. I think everyone's pretty. You don't need to like transition the parents' brains. Like I feel like they just treat like every parent has like a brain injury, taking their kid to see the movie. The parent's gonna pass out from fucking like 6 Ambiens before going to it anyways. Like you don't need to give them any context. You could literally just like do a 3-hour movie of like Markiplier playing the fucking game itself, and kids would probably just call that the Minecraft movie and kids would go see it. They'd probably do better, honestly. Do you ever hear the story about how the kid comes home and finds his family all hanging upside down and realizes they are vampire bats? No? That's right, because it is a reoccurring dream I have. Holy crap. You gotta put like a trigger warning before you type a message like that, bro. Because that is too spooky. The Minecraft movie is not what I thought it was going to be when they announced it a few years ago. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Who even gives a shit? It would be kind of nice if like early on Jack Black gets like blown up by a creeper. Like you hear it and he's just like, ah! And then it's just like a gory mess of blood like splashing all over everybody else. But a vision like that will never be realized. I remember the limp. There was no way that he could have gotten away. If I'd only turned on that light earlier. I thought back to the flare. Without it, I'd never even recognized what danger I was truly in. These beasts might have very well entered the lighthouse and torn me to pieces. Not only that, they might have gone for the town as well. Tears of frustration came to my eyes, and while I had ignored my duty, it had been this old man who had saved us all, and he had done it all at the cost of his own life. After that day, I often catch myself thinking of the old man. Now I know what is out there. There. After that day, I often catch myself thinking of the old man. Now I know what is out there. I never sleep or take my job lightly anymore. I don't bring anything to read, and instead I am busy making sure that the lighthouse is in prime condition. And I often use the stove to heat up grog. At first I drank it only to keep the memory of those days with the old man alive, but in the end, he was right. I'd get used to it. That one was better, I think. That was like went from a 5 to a 6.5 for sure. What'd you guys think? You don't have to agree with me. My left testicle just descended. Big news, everyone. YouTube. Oh yeah, earlier. This is the only time I wish I had my Twitter back. Was so I could tweet out. It would be really funny if the biggest YouTuber right now was Pee Wee Herman. I don't know why. I just thought it'd be really funny. Like, instead of like Mr. Beast doing videos, it's just like, hey guys, it's me, Pee Wee fucking Herman. And he's just like clearly like a disgusting pervert. Or what? Pee Wee Herman's dead? You liar. Alright, AI Pee Wee Herman. Or maybe reanimated Pee Wee. See, that's what Mr. Beast needs to work on next. Forget curing blindness and all that other bullshit we know he's faking. He needs to bring Pee Wee Herman back from the dead so he can take over his show. He will be the new Chris Tyson. I didn't realize I had Sprite in this. This is pretty good. I'm drinking my lean. Died in 2023. Rest in peace. He's jerking off in a movie theater in heaven. We can only pray. We can only pray. You love creepypasta? Well, you're just in time. We got one more. Promethazine. Joel Biscuit in the house. Captain Sparkles is not the movie. Then it's... Oh, that's true. I wonder how many like random YouTubers... They should just have YouTubers star in it. Like actually star in it. Like why do you need... Well, I don't even fucking know. Oh, that would be great. Pee Wee Herman jerking it at the Minecraft movie premiere. Is that him? He's not dead. He faked his death so he could go jerk off in more movie theaters. Get him! Get him, get him, get him, get him! Get him and have him collab with Mr. Beast right now. Hey guys! I made over 1,000 Pee Wee Herman clones to jerk off in 200 premiere movie theaters of Minecraft, the movie. Do I know the song Creeper? Aw man, I don't know. Was it Sick Nasty? It is funny when people are just like, you know what? Jerking off at home is great, but I think I should take this show on the road. To the movie theater! No pop. Would you like a popcorn, sir? No, thank you. No, thanks. You can like his like trench coat that he's wearing like kind of just barely goes below his ball line. Like Jesus Christ, that guy's got some fucking short shorts on, or he is completely naked under there. Should we let him into the Minecraft movie? He was in an adult theater. Okay, I'm sorry then. Then by all means, take care of your business with your other consenting perverts. A couple of weeks ago, I stumbled upon a strange post on 4chan's X board. The OP of the thread said that he found some strange comments under random articles online. No one had reacted to the thread yet, so I decided to check it out. For as long as I can think back, I've been scouring the internet for weird and strange things. Such as that. Sorry, guys. For as long as I can think back, I've been scouring the internet for weird and strange things. To be honest, I didn't believe that there was much to it, but I was kind of bored. The comment itself was nothing but gibberish. It made no sense at all, saying, Maryland Strange River lost in dark cute dogs, love nature walk long Tokyo City, many times want Japan all high, no one flowers birds like play, inside dark no want here out. I was hoping that it might be some strange cryptic message, but it looked more like someone had been toying around with Google Translate. I played around with it a bit, but I soon lost interest. Where you sit on some stranger's hand until it goes numb, or maybe it's your own hand. I think it's your own hand, yeah. It's the old Chinese technique. Learned it in martial arts. Boop with the 693. Buttersock Tax. Your streams are the highlight of my week. Podcast Wienermobile needs to happen. I'll build it if you buy it. Alright, let's do it. Then we can officially take the show on the road. The P. Wiener Herman Mobile. I played around with it a bit, but I soon lost interest. I made a quick reply telling the poster that it was most likely nonsense. Later on, I saw that the guy had posted once again. He wrote that he thought the same thing at first, and after browsing through the blog, though he... That sounded weird. Later on, I saw that the guy had posted once again. He wrote that he thought the same thing at first. After browsing through the blog, though, he found a variety of other similarly weird comments, all by the same poster. The poster's name wasn't normal either, it was merely a string of numbers. All the comments were similar, utterly cryptic, and made no sense at all. We soon started to talk on Discord, since 4chan can be a bitch about link sharing, and he sent me some of the articles with comments but told me that there were dozens more on this specific blog. He'd even found others all over the internet. At first he thought it was completely random, but there seemed to be a pattern. All of the comments were below articles about travel, nature, and animals. And our conversation continued on for a while, and we started to make wild guesses what was going on. Our theories were as outlandish as they were dumb, but at least we had a bit of fun, could let our imagination run wild. By then it was pretty late though, so I went to bed. It was the next day that I found a couple more messages from my new friend on Discord. The first few were about blogs and websites that he'd found comments under. The last message was where things got interesting. He said he'd discovered a link, or at least part of a URL, under some of the comments, and after toy storying around. Oh man. This late reading the real commitment, appreciate. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad. It makes me feel better when I can get a bonus content out, because then I don't feel like I'm like not providing anything, you know. You saw the Avengers Doomsday cast announcement. No, I gotta be honest with you, dude. Like, pop culture is on its fucking last leg in my mind. It's like, if you want to find anything good anymore, you genuinely have to like go digging around like independent media. Like, I would get more excited if, well, really, if Mr. Beast just had Pee Wee Herman on. Like, that would be, like, way more exciting than whatever the fuck Marvel can put out. I don't know. Just all the mainstream stuff, it's just not, it's not good. It hasn't been good. There's nothing new, nothing interesting, nothing fascinating about it. It's all just blah. And it's not just blah stuff either. It's just like, it's annoying too. It's just annoying. Like, you know, the actors, actors are the strangest concept to me, where it's like, you make entertainment. You pretend to be other people in a piece of media. Why? I'm not saying they can't have opinions, because it's whatever, but it's like, why do so many of them have such strong opinions on... Maybe it garners a degree of attention to a project, I suppose, but it's really strange to think that, like, pretending to be somebody else as a living somehow constitutes them having, like, any level of intelligence whatsoever. Like, if anything, that's like if someone was holding a puppet, like an actual sock puppet next to your face, and was like, "Hey, you shouldn't eat meat. Be sure not to eat any meat today. That's bad for the world." And you're like, you're a sock puppet. You're not even real. You're on somebody's hand is up your ass right now. I don't even know if you even mean what you said. Pop culture is recycled every 20 years, just chewed up and rebuilt. That's true, and I've heard also with like within independent media and that kind of thing that you might see like a resurgence of that as far as like getting really good stuff. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess all you can really do is speak with your wallet and just not go see their nonsense and just stick to like cool podcasts. Honestly, that's where it's at, bro. Like, just supporting your local ma and pop Let's Read channel. That's where you really should put your money. Everyone, instead of going to see that, you donate. No, I'm just kidding. RoboCop, yeah, old school RoboCop was sick. I don't know about the remake. I didn't get to see it. The last message was where things got interesting. He said he'd discovered a link, or at least part of a URL, under some of the comments, and after toying around with them for a few hours, he somehow figured out the full URL. I have no clue how he actually did it, but the page took forever to load, and once it was done, it was nothing but a list of other URLs. When I clicked one of them, it sent me to yet another article with a similar comment below, and that's when I was hooked. There had to be something going on here, and as I started to scroll down the page, I realized that there were hundreds, if not thousands, of articles. Every single one I clicked had one of those weird comments. It was by sheer accident and wild clicking that I found something else, though. I was sent to a blank page with nothing but a simple entry field on it. There were no descriptions on the page, no text, no nothing. Only this one simple entry field. When I clicked it, I saw that I could type something into it. I typed a simple hello and pressed enter to see what would happen. A second after I'd sent my message, a hello popped up on the screen below the field. Who are you? I typed into the box. Another short little pause before I got a simple, I don't know. It was evident that I was dealing with some sort of chatbot similar to Cleverbot, if you remember that. I toyed around with the thing for a bit, and while most messages prompted normal or silly answers, some were a bit weirder, and here are a few of the answers I got. What's your name? Toby. How old are you? Time is not real where I am. Do you like books? I cannot see. Where were you last night? In your mom, XD. At first I thought it was merely programmed so that the specific keywords would trigger these weird cryptic messages, and then I decided to ask some of the questions again to see what answers I'd get now. This time, they were different. How old are you? 9. Who are you? Where were you? Who would it do? Boop with the 369 says here to support some original content. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. Honestly, there's probably nothing more entertainment than like entertaining than what can go on inside your own head. Jensen's the only person that's ever seen my meat lips. He's got full access. Jensen, what are you doing? Are you playing Overwatch 6v6? Totally carrying. Totes carrying. Inspiring stories. Take care. Oh, man. Where were you last night? In the dark? So far it was nothing too weird. I reasoned that it was a less sophisticated version of Cleverbot. So far it was nothing too weird. I reasoned that it was a less sophisticated version of Cleverbot. I asked a few more questions, but the answers were mostly silly and nonsensical. And then I got yet another cryptic one. Where are you? In a different place, one that exists nowhere. I really checked it off as a shitty AI, and that was it for me. There was one last reply through that. I really just wrote it off as another shitty AI, and that was it for me. There was one last reply, though, that sent a shiver down my spine. Are you alone? I'm never alone. The men in the walls are always watching. Reading something like this out of nowhere can be a bit creepy, unsettling even when it's the middle of the night and you're by yourself. I decided to ask another question. Who were the men on the walls? You are in a wall. Well, guess it's back to nonsense. It was at this point that I stopped toying with it. I sent a quick message to my new friend about my findings, and after that I watched a couple of YouTube videos and went to bed. When I got up, I had a few new messages. The guy wrote that he thought the same thing as me. Nothing but a terrible chatbot that someone must have thrown together. It might even incorporate Cleverbot and added in some cryptic mess. Freshen up. You follow me on Twitch, thank you. Yeah, guys, if you guys don't have Twitch, be sure to download it. Just follow me over there, just so you can. It's linked in the pinned comment, so you can be kept up to date when I go live with the best notifications in the world. You're up for the next 36 hours. Gonna get in 97 tournament rounds before Sunday ends. Tournament rounds? What do you mean? Hey, Miss Cookie, what's up? Doing a bit of a spritz. Never been on Twitch. I don't know, if you like to watch like people playing games or like talking shit about nothing, Twitch is fine. Like if you have a favorite game that you would want to watch or whatever live. Hey Alexa, how we doing? But I figured I might as well venture over there a little bit just to... Let's see, how many... Anybody watching over here? We got dancing emojis. The walls in the halls are freaking balls. There you go. Nine people watching. That's pretty sick nasty. And we're up to 276 followers. Guys, we gotta get it up to 500. Do it. Do it. Call of Duty gave you ass cancer? That's good. It's a start. Alexa, play the Flaming Seagulls. It might even incorporate Cleverbot and added in a random cryptic message every once in a while, most likely to mess with people who looked a bit too deep into things. And to be honest, I was a bit disappointed. I'd really hoped that it was something more interesting. It was sheer boredom that sent me back to the chatbot once again later that evening, and here are a few of the interactions that I had with it. Hello chatbot, I'm different now. Another strange message, but I guess I'll bite. Wait, he's chatbot or who's chat? I don't get it. Alexa, what is the Nookie? You've been on Rumble for a little bit. I had Rumble reach out to me saying they wanted me to like simulcast on there, like do live streams and that kind of thing while posting my videos on there, and I just haven't done it. I don't know. It just seems like another thing, you know what I mean? But maybe there's money to be made, perhaps. I don't really know. Maybe I'm dumb if I don't do it. What is Rumble? It's kind of started out as like whenever YouTube was like sort of mass banning everybody related to just stupid political stuff. They kind of started as like primarily right-wing, I guess, but like alternative. It turned into like something else where it's like encompassing a lot of different like alternative media and just basically media in general. But it's kind of got that like bad association with it now because it was, you know, those proclivities of political, but I guess at this point it's trying to just be basically a YouTube clone, you know? It's like the, it's like the blue sky to Twitter or whatever. I do miss those days when YouTube had a lot less censorship, because like I feel like videos were a lot more interesting because you could really just get absolutely anything from anywhere, and it was just like all over the place, batshit insane, and it was kind of fun where you never knew where you were going to end up. And now I just feel like everything's kind of like sterilized, even like the really in-depth, you know, video essays of sorts. It's not that bad on there. Kick isn't bad either, but I prefer YouTube. Yeah, I mean, YouTube in general is just like more user-friendly, and you're kind of like just used to it or whatever. I don't know. Whatever you want to watch, I really don't give a fuck. It was sheer boredom that sent me back to the chatbot once again later that evening, and here are a few of the interactions I had with it. Hello, chatbot. I am different now. Another strange message, I thought, but I guess I'll bite. Different from what? From the men in the walls? Wait, who's typing what in this? I'm so confused. Is this chatbot talking? Hello, chatbot. I'm different now. Because it says another strange message, guess I'll bite, but it's like, wouldn't he be the one typing that first to say, hello, chatbot, I'm different now? Who are the men in the wall? Oh, like he's saying hello and then it responds. Okay, sorry, it was kind of confusing. The censorship on YouTube is out of hand, though. Is it still bad? Like who lately has been getting like censored? I guess it's like more of like they don't outright ban people, but they just like make it so they can't reach anybody essentially. It's funny to think that someone is just sitting there clicking on that like heart thing on the right. Shadow ban, yeah. I'm kind of convinced that my like channel is just sort of like stuck at a certain amount of views and there's no further progression beyond it. But maybe we'll be able to break free, who knows. We are so desired that it will be impossible to stop us. Any unsubscribed people from your channels and they hide and give you the right information about your account. Yeah, that makes sense. You can't say words, you know, unalive and all that. Well, that one's the most annoying, where any sort of like remote mention of the concept of someone taking their own life is just immediately demonetized, and then they send you a message like, are you okay? And it's like, yeah, I'm okay, but the person I was talking about might not be. But I don't see why just like mentioning it needs to be like blanket. I don't know. I also felt bad for the Y files, because I saw their channel. I saw that they were posting their like podcasts or something. Yeah, they posted all of their audio podcasts over to there, or they translated all of it to podcasts, but then I don't know, it was just like a really weird decision to do, because YouTube is a very video oriented platform, so obviously you kind of want to stick to like what people are used to, especially on what you get views. But then it's like, I'm not really sure, I don't know, it's just kind of confusing, because you do videos and it's like the 9 days ago 1.1 million, but then another one that's like a podcast compilation and it only has 21k, and I would feel terrible if like something in their algorithm just like screwed them over because they posted 10 million things at once accidentally. Excuse me. Senpai, what's up, buddy? Oh, you want me to do a talk to a podcast? I mean, I technically have the Let's Read podcast, but you want me to do one where I actually chitty chat with people? Thank you for the blessings. Let's yap. That would be good. I don't really know what I would talk to people about, honestly. have guests on and have to have a bunch of questions ready. I mean, do I really? Maybe I could interview various people from like the narration community or something. I have no idea. YouTube is dumb. Heck, I see people using words like unalive on other social medias too, and it's annoying. I mean, what in the culture has decided that like saying the word suicide is like somehow, I mean, because like it's still the same idea. Like if the idea is that you're trying to protect someone's like brain from like associating the time that they did it or something, or tried it, and it triggers them, saying unalive is not somehow not going to make them think back to that time that they also did it or what, you know what I mean? Like it's not like it's some sort of like sleeper cell keyword bullshit or whatever, or like telling, you know, it's basically like the same thing of like whenever you tell your dog that you're going to go on a WALK so that they, you know, don't hear the word walk or something, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's like an insult to people's intelligence or whatever. It's very strange. Unhoused for homeless. Yeah, what? I don't understand. Like, there's so much, like, arbitrary language change, like, as of recently. I mean, it's not that recent, but just those kinds of things. Like, it's like this, just to feel a certain sense of moral superiority to another person. Like, I wonder, like, if someone has, like, a little orgasm in their pants every time they get to go up to their family member or friend and be like, actually, those words aren't the ones that we use anymore. We changed them. We made them different. So when you say them, even though you didn't intend them to be bad or hurtful, you're actually making it so I can't feel really good about myself. And when I'm not the center of attention all the time about everything ever, I get really, really weird. Whatever. Stupid fucking TikTok. TikTok ruined everything. A bunch of absolute noobs. Hello, chatbot. I'm different now. Another strange message, I thought, but I guess I'll bite. Different from what? From the men on the walls. There it was again. Who were the men on the walls? Watching. Watching you? No, I'm watching you. Why? So you don't steal my stuff, XD. The rest continued on similarly. Most of the replies I got were just like the ones that you'd get from Cleverbot. That men in the walls comment stuck with me though, and I found myself going back to the bot again and again. I don't know why, but I decided to put down all the strange or cryptic replies that I got from the bot and put them into a document. They didn't appear often, but after a while they all seemed to be similar. And here are the ones that I got later that evening. Do you like movies? I am trapped. Why are you trapped? The men in the walls trap me. What's your name? Toby. Are you a bot? I do not want to be. Don't want to be what? Do not want to be here. Don't want to be where? Do not want to be here. Do you like movies? Do not want to be here. And this went on for a while. Great, I thought. I broke the damn thing. And I must have asked more than a dozen questions, and all I got for an answer was the same, do not want to be here, and finally I thought that I got a different reply. Why are you there? The men in the walls made me here. This was getting kind of creepy and seriously interesting, though. Why did the men in the walls put you there? Calculations? What calculations? I do not like math. What calculations do you do? Math is stupid, XD. And after that, the bot's replies had once more deteriorated, and whenever I tried, I only got a nonsense. It is kind of 2001 Space Odyssey vibe. See, there's an unhoused homeless car dwelling burn right now. I was robbed by a homeless guy. You mean an unhoused guy robbed you at gunpoint? Have some respect. I know. I mean, that literally is the Carlin thing. Like, the whole, if you guys never seen George Carlin's, like, jokes about, like, words and euphemisms and all this, like, sort of shit. Especially the, evolution of the word, the term shell shock. Shell shock. Like, it lets you know exactly what happened, but now it's multiple syllables and, you're not going to want to talk about the issue if it takes too long to say. I really do genuinely wonder how, like, George Carlin would sort of approach modern culture now, because there are certain celebrities, I feel like, to a degree, who had certain stances in the past as far as, like, speech goes and comedy goes and being offensive and being silly and, like, not really caring that much, you know what I mean, about being comedically oriented. And but then they changed their stances, you know what I mean? Like, all of them kind of, like, in unison, like in a robotic, weird sense. And that's what I find kind of interesting. I almost, like, wonder in a way if, like, George Carlin would still be his same self, Maybe. I don't know. Hey, Jeff. What's up, dude? Domicile divergent, yeah. Sorry, my boyfriend's domicile divergent, mom and dad. He can't come indoors or it burns his skin. The death of common sense. Yeah, I guess so, But it seems like most people's, like, level of tolerating those non-common sense people seems to be going down, because it really did seem like for a while there was a large portion of, like, a smaller portion of the population without common sense that were kind of, like, dictating language, dictating people's feelings towards things, dictating what you could or could not say or whatever. And people, really normal people, just, like, didn't want to deal with their mental tantrums, their sort of psychopathic freakouts related to that kind of stuff, so they just kind of tolerated it for a while. But it seemed like all it took was, like, a few brave souls to just sort of be like, all right, shut the fuck up, you guys are idiots, you know what I mean, to, like, finally just begin a healing process in my mind of, like, getting back to people just saying whatever the fuck they want to say, it's just so dumb. The world is full of NPCs. This could be the case, who knows. George Carlin would totally bum a smoke from a domicile challenged unhoused homeless street urchin. I would hope so. At least Snow White is perfect now. It's a great movie. I saw Snow White. It was my favorite movie of the year. It's going to win a Grammy. After that, the bot's replies had once more deteriorated. Whenever I tried, I only got nonsense. I decided to try some of the messages that I'd sent the bot before that had gotten me weird or cryptic messages, if only to see how it would react. How old are you? There is no time here. Where are you? In the dark. What's your name? Toby. How old are you? 9. Can you see? I can do nothing. Why can't you? Because the men in the walls trap me in a computer. Okay, we've officially crossed the border into Bizarro Land. Why did they trap you? No, you were trapped. Why did the men in the walls trap you? To calculate. I sat there reading through all the messages I'd sent so far, and I couldn't help but be creeped out. There were so many that made no sense, but some stuck out. In the dark, Toby, 9, trapped in a computer to do calculations. I can do nothing. Time is not real where I am because the men in the walls trapped me in a computer. It was just nonsense. It had to be. Someone was probably sitting at home, sliding me. I wasn't expecting the verb sliding. Are other people's streams glitchy? Might just have to refresh. I don't like the fact that YouTube's stream quality seems to be inconsistent. It's a bit frustrating because it seems like Twitch's is always fine. And yeah, I don't understand why some people were so far behind on the stream too. Why is that? Why does it put them back a ways? Try clearing your YouTube app cache and settings. Oh, okay. I didn't know that helps. That's cool. Fuck. I need to be drinking more water. Also, I kind of need this story to get weird, real quick. It was just nonsense. It had to be. Somebody was probably sitting at home. Fuck. Now my voice is glitchy. It was just nonsense. It had to be. Someone was probably sitting at home, sliding me these weird messages and laughing their ass off. Yet, I tried again. What are you? Human. No, you're a bot. Help me. What do you mean? Help me. Why do you need help? Help me. Are you Toby? Help me. Whatever I entered now, all I got was help me in capitals. And it was at this point that I closed off the page. I shook my head, yet I couldn't help but kind of shiver. Someone was definitely doing a great job at scaring random people on the internet with this thing. That day I sent my new friend a message about the weird things I'd encountered on the chatbot. I didn't wait for an answer and went to bed. But it's kind of funny, the fact that ChatGPT has been out for so long, and so many people have spoken to an actual good chatbot, that there's something about this and its sentience that almost makes it less scary, because it's not as uncommon now. Your brain is glitchy. You probably just need some more B1 vitamins. That should do the trick. Toby was the demon from Paranormal Activity? Really? His name was Toby? Do I believe in the singularity? What, where humans and machine become one? What is the definition of the singularity? Let's ask chat. What is the definition of the singularity? AI becomes smarter than humans and begins rapidly improving itself. Human intelligence is surpassed in such a way that predicting what happens next becomes impossible. Exponential growth in tech like AI, nanotech, or biotech fundamentally changes society. Futurists like Ray Kurzweil believe that this could lead to human AI merging via brain implants or uploading consciousness, the end of disease, aging, and death, unimaginable shifts in how humans live, think, and interact. Physics, singularity, gravitational, and astrophysics, singularity is a point in space where gravity is infinite, as in the center of a black hole. Time and space break down. The known laws of physics no longer apply. Just IT guys throwing some curveballs in the coding. Probably. So, do I believe that AI will surpass human intelligence? Yeah, it makes sense, I guess. But I think as of right now, it seems like AI is kind of contained to just the Pentagon. And so it's all going to be centralized and focused on that specifically. Whether or not it ever becomes separate from them, I don't know. But I guess there's also a worry that one of the other major countries or, contenders in the world could, create something that gets away, I guess. I don't know. Skynet. Yeah. It would be insane. Like, imagine, like, if you were, like, in the military, like, sir, we found something. And, like, you and a bunch of the other generals or whatever the fuck, like, follow people out to a site where they found that AI was just, like, creating a bunch of, like, killer robots. It's just, like, I don't know, it was taking, like, a long time, but you, like, caught it early. But they were watching, I don't know, they were just in the process of, like, creating. But it would be so eerie because you would get out there and it would be like they were in the process of doing it, and then everything just kind of, like, shut down. Like, it seems like it's abandoned, but the intelligence in which that led to these bots being constructed and the site that you're at now being a thing was operational for quite some time, but you just, like, have no idea how to, like, interact, find its, like, source, or, like, understand, like, where or why it was doing what it was doing. I think that would be really, like, a pretty creepy story. Or yeah, I guess the nanobots, yeah, that regenerate themselves. That'd be really weird. Like, I wonder if nanobots can, like, use just, like, matter from inside, like, a human bloodstream to, like, replicate itself. They release them into the ocean and have nanobots that inject into the body for heart surgery. What is the, I don't know what the connection to the ocean is. What would you say? AI has already ignored order code. It has killed more people than the military ordered it to as moat efficient. You know what's interesting? I've heard over in Israel, whenever they're, like, bombing Palestine and shit, that they're using an AI to, like, determine their bomb targets and stuff, which that seems like it should be against the Geneva Code or some shit, I'll be honest with you, if you're going to allow an AI. I mean, at this point, it's not. That's probably how things are going to be, but it's weird to think that you're not going to allow a human oversight to, like, determine who targets should be. Like, what the fuck? You're going to get yourself killed in that situation because the AI is eventually going to, like, just through some swing of the code, determine that humans are a threat to themselves or whatever, and then therefore the best way to end it is to end everyone. Hey Jesse, what's up, dude? Closest is a few cities away. Oh, AI versus AI, then us against them. Yeah. I don't know. They'll probably gradually descent optimization. They probably gradient descent optimization algorithm to plan their bombing. It's based more on stats than blind AI. Yeah, but isn't that what that is? Just like a learned computer model or whatever? And if you're just allowing, like, statistics to determine the threats, it's like, it sounds like there's a lot of room for error there. And, like, a sort of strange disassociation. I mean, driving the drones and blowing up people was already scary enough, and now just, like, having robots do it seems really fucking weird. But at the same time, I think back to, like, Metal Gear Solid 4 or whatever, where they had those, like, those robot dogs and the ones that made, like, cow noises and shit. Imagine them out there fighting. I assume they've got to have some crazy shit like that already. Can you imagine? You're just, like, some farmer in the Middle East who's got, like, an AK, and then all of a sudden you see fucking, like, robots coming into your village. Statistics are way more reliable than human instincts at most times. Yeah, I guess that's true. You would think that there would be some sort of, like, oversight. I'm sure there's got to be, but once again, I'm out of my wheelhouse. I'm turning into Joe Rogan. They let them go on their own, and the ocean bots kind of regenerated out of control. The heart surgery bots are scary because what if they regenerate out of control? They begin regenerating on their own. Maybe. Yeah, like creating like big clots of like some biomaterial. Isn't that makes, yeah, like creating like a bunch of like because if they're using biomaterial to like recreate things, it could end up like almost like operating like a cancer, the nanobots, and like creating shit within your cardiovascular system that just like blocks blood flow and that kind of thing. Just like giant, like disgusting, weird mass of clot nonsense. Should you get the $5 value meal deal or a Happy Meal? Oh, Happy Meals are fun. I haven't had one of those in forever. SNL on again? Oh my god. Another man-made cancer, right? Yeah. But you just make it really fast. Just amplify it. You know, that would make sense. Like if you figured out a nanobot, right, that shuts down your T-cell production in some fashion. So you shut down like your body's natural killer cells and all that kind of, you basically shit on the immune system. And then you start creating these like invader style, like mutant style cancers. Your immune system will not be able to fight it, but it's also like rapidly reproducing because it's coded to do so. You could make like super cancers in people like really fast. Yeah, like a robot HIV. You literally could make like a robot HIV in somebody. That would be fucking terrifying. Holy shit. Do I like J. Cole? Yeah, I like J. Cole. It's creating bottlenecks, killing people like the lifelong ass clots from. Yeah, I've wondered. Borg nanites. You think you'll get the Happy Meal? Thank God, I hope so. I don't know. At this point, it's like we're so far in technology, it's like, how do you... I almost feel like most of all the issues that you would want to solve could just be solved so quickly, but it just seems like it's being rolled out in this like slow trudge. What's my favorite show? I don't know, Pokemon probably. That day, I sent my new friend a message about the weird things that I'd encountered on the chatbot. I didn't wait for an answer and went to bed. When I checked my messages the next day, I got one by him. Interesting, but the bot seemed to be gone now. There's only a message on the page that's saying the bot is discontinued, I read. After I read his message, I quickly opened the chatbot again, but he was right. The entry field was gone. Instead, the only thing the page now was... Instead, the only thing on the page now was simple text. Thank you for participating in the testing of our new AI bot. Your data will be very useful in our further development. The version of the bot you used has been retired. We'll be happy to be back with a newer version in the future. Well, I thought, that's that. I closed the page, but something didn't feel right. Why the help me? Why are those weird messages? Had the bot learned it from someone else? I'd never triggered a reply like help me or I am trapped from Cleverbot though. I went back to the page that contained the URL list. I scrolled around, but as I had expected, there was nothing new, only the same old links: nationalgeographic.co.uk, wanderlost.co, nomadicmat.com, attackofthecute.com, and other similar pages. I slowly scrolled through them, and it was after almost a half an hour that I found a different URL that was buried between the rest of them. The domain name was weird, consisting only of random numbers and letters. I clicked the link and a new page opened up. At first it was just a blank page again, but it was still loading. After minutes of waiting, the page finally loaded, and I had no idea what it was though. It seemed to be a scientific document. As I scrolled through it, I had no idea what I was reading. There was so much scientific mumbo-jumbo. The little I understood made it clear that it was a document about AI programming. There were many chapters about topics like neural networks, game theory, and deep learning, and as much as I tried to wrap my brain around it, I just couldn't. There was one part, though, that caught my interest. In the later chapters, the topic of man-made... Oops. Damn. Why are people scared of spiders? I'm curious, please explain to me in Fortnite. So basically you get a chug jug, but it's filled with, like, semen. And it's been sitting there forever. It's probably poisonous at this point, right? It's pretty much what's in spiders. Read about a doctor who got cancer in the finger because they were removing a tumor and slipped and cut their finger, transferring some cancerous tissue that transplanted and took. That's crazy. I'm playing Fortnite right now. Nice. Fortnite! 1988, the CIA said they located the Ark of the Covenant through remote viewing and have recovered it. God, the remote viewing shit is crazy to me. I mean, there's just like so much shit, stuff like that just kind of like makes you wonder, like, what the fuck is reality? You know what I mean? This idea that we live in a simulation, but at the same time you can like just go God mode and just like float around it like a ghost and see anything at any time. It's just all very interesting. But what do you do with the Ark of the Covenant? Isn't the Ark of the Covenant just basically like a radioactive substance or something? Because I remember they talked about that on the Y-Files. It was the first time I'd heard that before, where it was basically described that it, like, anybody touched it basically had symptoms like they were experiencing like heavy radiation or something. Melt people's faces. Please believe that the body would reject cancer cells like a poor organ transplant. That is interesting. Right. So you're saying you could just like you could literally Nirvana, like the song from Nirvana, and eat somebody's cancer, and then your body would absorb it and like it would start to take over. The cancer cells touched his finger. Touched his fucking finger. It's so dumb to think that, like, at this point, there's no mother frickin' way that we don't know how to cure cancer if it literally is just, like, shutting down the process of the gene mutation that starts to proliferate it. You just reverse it in some way, right? Or just, like, nip it in the bud. I mean, I guess they talked about that with, like, those, like, future mRNA vaccines that might do that, but I would never get those. Who knows what the fuck else is going on with that and how expensive it would be. I know. Do I like Nirvana? Yeah, Nirvana's good. Proof of God and Jesus, I guess. What with the Ark of the Covenant? I've always been curious about like the remote viewing when you go through time. Like people talk about remote viewing things in time and anybody who ever talks about that, they're like, I want to go back and see Jesus, I want to see the crucifixion or all that kind of stuff. Not cancer, but Magic Johnson has had AIDS for like 30 years and is still alive, but supposedly there's a cure for it. Yeah, I mean, I guess like for as much as we know about genetics at this point, everything would just basically be reversing whatever the, determined cause is. Yeah, with like CRISPR and all that kind of shit. But at the same time, I'm just talking out of my ass and speculating. But I guess it wouldn't be profitable to get rid of cancer completely, because then everybody lives forever. In fact, wouldn't it make more sense to make everyone real sick all the time? Also, my congestion's like completely gone, which is crazy. Maybe I just needed to yap for 4 hours. Yeah. We just needed to find their leather Cheerio. HIV is on the rise and people are just living with it. It's actually on the rise. Where are people getting it from? toilet seats? Hopefully not glory holes. I'd be screwed! In the later chapters, the topic of man-made... Oh my god, I'm so bad. In the later chapters, the topic of man-machine combinations was mentioned. It talked at length about the process of combining the human brain with a computer-based neural network to create a more advanced AI. I read part of it, but it all read like a freaking science fiction novel, and the more I read, the more my head started to spin. When I reached the end of the document, I found hundreds of comments. The first one was from the beginning of 2014. All of them were written in a similar scientific fashion. Some mentioned different stages and iterations of some weird project. It took me minutes before I got to the current year, and when I finally reached the end, I found one last comment, written just to the night. When I finally reached the end, I found one last comment, written just the night before. Help me, in all capitals. And I stared at it for a long time. So many things were on my mind, but none made sense. I scrolled up and down in the document again to read more of it, and it wasn't long before the page refreshed itself and I got a 404 page not found error. When I tried to reaccess the link, none of the links seemed to be working anymore, and when I refreshed the page, I got the same result, 404 page not found. The same is true for the page of the chatbot now. I don't know what I stumbled upon there. I don't know if I stumbled upon anything there at all, and that's why I'm writing this down. Maybe some of you can help me to make a bit more sense of it. Damn, dude, that was... I thought there was going to be like a creepy part. That got a lot of updates too. I mean, it wasn't like a terrible story or whatever. It's like and it was written 6 years ago, so that's like... I think the fact that we've all interacted with like a sentient AI bot at this point, it just kind of takes away the fear factor of it. Well, shit, I guess that's it for the bonus content. Maybe 5 more of you should get a membership. There you go. Welcome, Shanty Times, Mike V, Some Person, Papa Daxley, and Annalisa. Have you seen that movie from 1999 called Virus? It reminds me of an evil AI entity. No, I don't. Well, I like those though. Like horror science fiction to me is like way more interesting than like basic horror, because it has to have to some degree like a reason why shit is happening, whereas sometimes horror just like, there's no reason, it's just a creepy thought that I had. Well, damn. Also, what was that in the background? Did you guys see that in the video? What was that? I don't think I've seen that part. Is there like a little shiny part that pops up? I think I have seen Event Horizon. Dude, what the fudge? How come certain chats... Yeah, why is that popping up there? But I do live chat and it like doesn't show it. Maybe it's like flipped or something. It's the microplastics. Was there something that popped up there in the video? Well, shit, guys. I mean, I guess I'll get this bonus content edited and up over on Patreon. And here, it's only $5 for a membership here, $5 over on Patreon. But you get early access over there to all other audio as well. Is there anything else we should do? I feel like we gotta do something. It's only 2 a.m. Don't leave yet. Don't leave. Sorry, that was my mic stand. It needs some lube. React videos. We react Repo. We're playing Repo. Should we watch Bizarre Bub? Bizarre Bubbles. One Bizarre Bub video. I don't know. I get a little scared of Bizarre Bub videos, to be honest with you, because sometimes I do it and I feel like I take something with me. You know what I mean? Oh shit. Oh crap. Oh freaking shit and crap. It's gonna be so scary, man. Bizarre poop. Okay, guys. Let's see what we can do. Full screen it. Alright, guys. Y'all ready for this? Wait, is this one? What if we did input? Can you hear me, guys? It's Elmo. Me and Bizarre sound the same. That's funny. Yeah,
February 20th of 2025, a mother records her child's balloon after seeing it do something that terrified her immensely.
Didn't we see something
She
similar
films
to
the
this
balloon,
before?
hoping that it does it again on camera.
When the guy's like in a schoolhouse or something and the balloon's like, seems like borderline sentient.
It's doing it again.
It's doing it again. It has not enough helium. And it's literally floating. I like how her voice is like legitimately like shaking watching a balloon, but
Stopped.
I think it's Elmo.
Hey, I'm Elmo. Wanna play? Tickle me.
For some reason, the balloon comes to a sudden halt near the basement door. Now you might be wondering what is so frightening about this balloon. After all, it appears
Yeah,
to
it
be
wants to
doing
shake your
normal
hand.
balloon things. Well, according to Rachel,
Doing
the
normal
mother,
balloon
this balloon
things.
always ends up at the basement entrance, and it doesn't go in unless her son follows it inside.
I'm possessed by things.
Oh wait, only if the sun's in there?
I want to play with the little boy.
What's he playing? Roblox? Locked in on some Roblox? Oh my god, the mom is like... Imagine having like a
Unlike other
paranoid
instances
ass
where the
like
balloon
ghost
just suddenly
believing mom.
stops
That
near
would
the entrance. Here, it goes all the
be
way
kinda
in,
awesome.
and it's only when Rachel's son begins to pursue it that it does this. Now, it might be possible that a draft or an airflow
Your oven is
causing the
possessed, it
balloon to
randomly
move towards
changes,
the
and it has
basement, but to have
out
it
for
stop
my
only a few
baked
feet away
goods.
from the cellar,
I
despite
told
being
I think I
left
told you
open
guys about how
occasionally,
like
is
a
bit
light up there
strange.
that somebody got me
Whether
as a
it's
gift.
upstairs or in the
That
furthest
just like
corner of the
randomly
house,
turns on
it
by
always
itself.
follows the same
But it only
path
ever
before
does it
somehow
whenever I
stopping
was
around
like
the same spot.
watching scary
To
videos with
Rachel,
my buddy
this
and his
doesn't make
kid.
any sense.
It was like this kind of stuff, but then I get back, it's like turned on. I'm like, what the fuck?
Now, these occurrences wouldn't be the last of them, as just recently this happened. It's around 9:30 at night when this was captured.
It's 9:29. Oh my god, Pradeep scared me. He bumped into my foot. What are you doing? Holy shit, it's gonna come up the steps. Dude, what the fuck? That's actually way Don't tell me it goes up a step. What? What? No fucking way, it's ascending the fucking steps, bro. It had like low helium. I thought it would just like linger. No way. Dude, it's legitimately walking up that shit right now, bro. That's some Five Nights at Freddy's shit right there. How is it doing that? There's gotta be somebody with a string or some shit, right? Like kind of daubing it up and down. Do you see it? I don't. And the light went out! The fucking light went out, bro. The light literally popped when it got to the fucking top.
as if the incidents before weren't
It'd be funny if
creepy
Bizarre
enough.
Bub
This
he did the
happens.
same
The
commentary.
balloon seemingly makes its way towards the top of the stairs,
What
directly
the
towards Rachel
fuck?
without stopping. But when it gets to the top, it abruptly stops. Somehow, the natural buoyancy of this balloon ceases, as if acting independently from the laws of physics.
God, dude.
It just doesn't move at all. Even the dogs in the background were unsettled
The
by the
dog.
strange occurrence.
That's AI. You can
Now,
see
it's
the
apparent
AI.
to the family that something isn't right with this balloon.
It's the chat
They know
bot.
that getting rid of it would be a
Clever
good
bot.
idea, but their son refuses to have it thrown away. So they continue to keep it.
I know.
After
Dude,
all,
I-
it'll
that-
deflate over time
initially it's
and be
kinda
rendered
weird.
useless within a few days.
But that
However,
climbing the
although
steps
initially
would freak
thinking
me
that
the
things
frick
would be
out.
Okay, something happens that quickly changes their minds. Only a day or two
Yeah.
later, Rachel is home alone
This is a
when
real
she
picture
experiences
of a
something
spooky
that she
dog
considers
that's
as the most
pissed.
disturbing thing ever. It's late at night when this was captured.
It gets fucking worse. It starts moonwalking, and Widowy hits the Gwitty. Oh my god, dude. It's coming at her quick! Okay, do you guys see? Is there anywhere it's getting pulled? Wait! The leg! The leg! Okay, is there a string on the leg? Also, how the fuck is it still maintaining its helium? Alright, I will be honest though, the mom has not done... What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, she's not doing much for her case by like rotating around it and not showing the full room, because I feel like we kind of need to see the rest of the room to know that she's not trolling us. Hey Polar Bear, what's up? Wait, what just happened? What was the... Wait, did they see something in the door? Okay. Guys, pay attention. Pay attention to the spooky video. You see in the door, there'll be a spooky man. I didn't see it. Did you guys see it? It grabbed her Yeti? What's a Yeti? Is it like a Yeti cup? Wait, was there somebody in there? Hopefully Bizarre Bubble fill us in what happened. If you look close...
At the top of the stairs, in the corner of the doorframe, a forehead is seen.
What?
Rachel initially
Wait.
saw something, yet didn't know what it was. But after taking a
Can you
closer
guys see
look,
it?
she sees
I don't see
it.
the shadow,
A
man.
forehead that naturally leads down to a pair of eyes.
Oh my
However,
god.
if you slow the video
Oh
frame by
my
frame,
god.
you'll notice the supposed face she'd seen.
How did I
Yet
not
something
see
about it
that?
has left Rachel and her husband immensely unsettled.
Oh my god.
Naturally, Rachel was shaken up.
Dude.
If the balloon hadn't convinced them that something was up with their basement, then this definitely did. Either someone
Okay,
or something is in there.
Bro.
Given all that's happened before, they can't help but
Dude,
think
sometimes
that
I'm like,
this
I
was
shouldn't watch this
responsible
shit,
for the
'cause
balloon's
sometimes
odd
I feel like
behavior. To them,
it's like the
seems that
ring
path
and,
the
like,
balloon
comes
would
through the
always
fucking
follow
screen.
Wasn't just due to physics, but instead by something else. Now Rachel has since then locked the basement.
The fact that
and
it like
won't open
straight up
anytime
ascends
soon.
the
But while
stairs.
there has yet to be a definitive explanation, the mystery still remains. Just what exactly did Rachel and her family witness in their house? As with all videos, this one remains unsolved. Now,
The
this
forehead
next
with the
video
eyes
comes
was
from
really
Elijah
creepy. It
Carter,
reminded me of
who's a
like those
construction
Japanese
worker for a
ghosts
house that's
that
being
are like
remodeled.
hardcore.
It's been some time now that he's worked on this house, and he's just now realizing something about it that the property owner has never mentioned.
Doesn't have
In
an
this house
Xbox
lies a
yet.
hidden crawl space. Apparently,
Oh,
it was
shit.
hidden behind a stack of drywall that no one had bothered moving until now. Seeing that no one else is around, as it wasn't a workday, he explores the crawl space all by himself.
I do not claim
But
any
little
negative
does he
energy,
know
blah blah blah,
that
but
this
then
was a
I'm
bad
fully
idea.
saying that in my head.
The following
I
is
do not
Elijah's
claim it.
video.
This is not my
Watch.
illegitimate
But while I
child
came,
energy.
I came across something that was really cool. And
I do
feel
not
like
owe
it
this ghost
sets
any
this
child
house
support.
apart. The reason why I'm just not founding this crawl space is because of this drywall. The owner, she had this drywall covering the crawl space. That's not the cool thing about it.
There's a dead
Now I want
body.
y'all to check this out.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
So
That's
while
sick.
I was
Oh, I thought that
here,
was her set of steps. I was like
found
with a
this
light.
table, and
Dude, that's fucking.
I also
That's Harry Potter's crib, bro.
found this extra space.
That's where they
right
kept
here.
Harry.
You have a vent
What was that sound?
right there.
A spooky man's face. Wait, his footsteps or the...
I think I just heard some footsteps.
Oh god, dude, get the fuck out of there, bro. Hello? Wait. That was a voice. Guaranteed voice.
This can't be a squatter.
This can't be a squatter. Ew, dude, you hear that shit? That sounds like a lady.
This can't be a squatter.
Ooh. What the fuck? That... What the... Get the fuck out of there, bro. What the fuck? That's pretty fucking clear, and they're like... Sound like they're giggling with each other. Yeah, the Kool-Aid man's about to bust through.
What was meant to be a short
fuck?
video for his Facebook group turns into something completely nightmarish. For one, the sound of footsteps was heard on the floorboards, despite no one being there. And eeriest of all, the sound of someone talking and giggling was heard from somewhere inside. But to make things even more frightening, the door to the crawl space begins to open on its
Oh
own.
shit, okay.
It's
I did
no
not
wonder
notice
why
that.
Elijah bolted out of there at full speed. As it seems, he wasn't alone. Now, if what he says is true, that there weren't any signs of someone being there the next day at work, then the question is begged. Just what exactly did Elijah encounter while being inside this house?
Oh yeah, Ollie, no worries. This is just bonus content tonight. Stream tomorrow though. Don't you worry.
In the following video,
That's why
a
you
man
have to
and his
follow my
girlfriend are staying
Twitch
over at his aunt's
also.
house when they hear a strange noise from downstairs. Mind you though, that no one else is home.
Oh wait, so this is number 3.
Alright, so this is like really crazy.
I don't know, I was wondering if something happened.
That's
Who's talking? Oh my god, look how old that dusty ass place is. Jesus Christ.
what's going on?
Is it
Now,
just
we
like
couldn't
random
capture the noise on
voices?
camera, but there is something in this video that's worth pointing out before mentioning anything else, and that's the house itself. This Victorian home belongs to the man's aunt, who at this time was
Dude,
traveling abroad for
every
a few
Victorian
days.
house
While
just
she was
guaranteed
gone,
ghosted.
The man, known as Isaac, and his girlfriend
You're in
stayed over
London?
to look after
Hell
the
yeah.
place and care for her dog.
Get me some
Aunt's
wanker.
overseas for the week, and she asked me and my girlfriend to come and take a camera. She's watching us right now. Hey, Auntie.
Now, the only thing in this house that isn't antiquated are the security cameras throughout the place. Although
It's the
Isaac's
Amazon
aunt isn't
Alexa
home,
from
she still wants to keep an eye on the
1887.
property. But while looking at one of the cameras late one night, she notices something very strange.
Am I drinking a
She
flickin'
immediately sends
soda?
the
I
recording
got
to Isaac, who was
water
totally
with
spooked out by what was captured.
apple cider
While
vinegar.
his girlfriend was inside a room, this was caught.
She's widowy hitting the quitty. Oh my god. She's about to throw it back. Jesus, dude. Yeah, if my house was like legitimately haunted, I'd have to blow it up. I'd have to let the gas run until I smoked a cigarette and just went out. Would I be a paranormal investigator? I would go along with people to do it who knew what they were doing, but I'll be honest with you, like, if I see some of these videos where they go by themselves and shit, they are crazy. Crazy people, in my opinion. 5 times speed. Paranormal investigating one day. I appreciate that. Have you gone before? I would be the first one out the door, bro.
The noise, as it turns out, was just a draft affecting a door. But this one, according to them,
Chica,
doesn't appear to be
welcome to the
affected by
Buttersuck
it,
cult.
as it
You now have
closes up
access
differently.
to
The door
bonus
gently
content.
glides
Thank you.
as if someone was closing it quietly.
my
Although
God.
freaked out by this, they weren't as terrified as what they experienced only days later. Now, before showing
Look how
this
much
clip,
shit is in
it's
there.
worth noting that a common occurrence
Wonder
of
if
this
the ant
house
was
is
crazy.
a broom that always falls over by itself. It usually happens at night, and it's always when it's in the dining room that it falls over. One night, Isaac waits patiently for the broom to fall again, when all of a sudden, this happens.
Oh, I felt something on my leg. I thought it was the cat, but the cat's all the way across the other room. Other side of the room. Oh shit. Wait, what, do we... She just rolls down the steps. Yeah, I always feel like ghosts, when your like house is haunted, it is always like mild inconveniences. Ooh, what the fuck was that? Oh, that was her. It's always like slightly creaky door. Maybe the sink turns on. Honestly, ghosts just want to like run up your water bill. Wait, what was that noise playing? Did we see something? Number 11. Spooky ghost. Climbing in my panties. Making me squish.
Like many times before,
What even
the
happened?
broom is on the ground, despite being placed initially upright against the wall.
Oh, okay.
It
Yeah,
seemingly
right.
falls by itself, or at least that's
Ghosts
what
are
Isaac
no
thinks.
different than
He's
just
been
like annoying
documenting every
cats.
instance of the broom falling over, and not once has it occurred to him.
Like
to
honestly,
check
I
the
could. My
security
house
cameras
could be
around the
like
house
full on
until
haunted, and I would
recently.
have
By checking,
no
he
clue
could see
that it
how
wasn't
keeps
just
on doing
Pradeep
this.
doing most of the
So
antics.
He tells his aunt to send him some recordings from specific dates of the camera inside the dining room where the broom falls over. He checks each one and doesn't notice anything weird. But when he checks
Never
again,
fooled Darth
he
Maul
notices
Insidious.
something in
Yeah, I
one
had
video
that too.
that leaves them
I
beyond
don't know,
spooked.
and it's like all the
This
real
is what
like
he saw.
real encounters or whatever that you hear about, like the most haunted fucking thing or whatever, and it literally is always just like a doll that's like made of porcelain, and it has like like goat's milk drips from its eyes or something. That's like the most haunted it gets. And maybe you have... Wait, is it just like fading away? What the fuck? Or is it like... What the hell's going on?
Isaac and his girlfriend were completely caught off guard upon seeing this.
I thought that was like
For
some
sure,
type of
the broom
statue.
falling on its own is creepy, but this is something out of a horror movie. A strange, dark figure stands at the window before disappearing into thin air.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
It's
like one of
only
their
there
many
momentarily
creepy
and gone
statues in
when
the
Isaac
house.
is present. But its disappearance wouldn't be the creepiest part about this, because according to the couple, this figure looks like a child. If that's the case, then this makes this next video even creepier. According to them, they may have found something to explain what they saw. Take a
Your
look.
niece collected porcelain. Oh my god.
Explained
She's
what
just
happened last night.
trying to catch a
These
ghost.
tiles are of two children that lived here at some point. This is
Memorial.
memorialized. Yeah, they memorialized.
That's Mumbler. And the other one's
one tile
Katarina.
on this fireplace, and I swear this is the kid that I saw.
These tiles, as they would later find
We
out,
have to
are meant
leave
honor those who
biscuits
passed
out for them
away.
at nighttime
In this
with
case,
butter
it's
and
meant to
sugar plum
memorialize the two
jelly.
kids on the fireplace.
Otherwise,
However, neither the couple nor the aunt has any idea who these kids are. She only knows that
Otherwise,
these lived in
our
this house
utilities
over a
will go
century
up
ago,
by
given all that's
3%.
happened during their stay. The couple believe that a ghost was caught on camera, but more specifically, the ghost of one of these kids. If
Ew,
that's
yeah,
so,
that looks like
then
the
this
little
makes
girl.
what was captured pretty freaky. But as with all videos, you be
most
the
children
judge.
didn't get names till
Was a
6
ghost
years old
caught
in
on
Victorian
camera?
era because of
Or
survival
is there
rate. That's
something that could
crazy.
explain all these occurrences?
Hello, child.
Let me know your
It's your
thoughts on
6th
this one.
birthday. You get a name. Wait, what was that? That was in the video, right?
What's next? This one.
Wait! That wasn't in the video? That wasn't in the video? Did you guys hear that? Or was that the cat? Okay, I'm not even joking. We were right here.
That could explain all these occurrences. Let me know your thoughts on this one.
And in my right ear, right here, I heard, maybe it was the cat, but I heard something go like, "Oh yeah, oh yeah," like on my right. I'm not even joking. It did not sound like my cat. And then nothing. Oh my god, dude. I might be
Now,
paranoid.
this next video was posted by a Reddit user who writes that the following
didn't
video
sound
was
like my
taken
cat,
back in
though.
2020. He didn't take the video himself, but rather it was sent to him by his sister, who was at a hospital for reasons unknown.
Oh, fuck, dude.
While she was there, she was waiting out
I'm
in the
telling you, I
hallway
should not
where
be
no one
watching
else
this
seemed to
shit,
be
bro.
present. It was just her, alone in this big
Without
empty
taking my
hallway. Or at
antipsychotics.
least that's what she thought. Because
Without taking
as her
my
family
fentanyl.
believes, she wasn't completely alone.
Dude,
In
I
the
might
video
not
she
sleep.
posted to her
No,
family's group
dude.
chat, something
Whoever
can be seen
thought about
moving
this was
and
the
peeking
worst-
at the end of the hallway.
The worst suggester. You're robbing me of a night's sleep tonight. Ew, what is that? What the fuck is that? Mr. Squeepy. Jesus fucking Christ. Take my Abilify. Take my Abilify and operate heavy machinery. I need to get a nightlight, honestly. I'm not even joking. I think that might make me feel better. Oh, that's true. I gotta play a funny video, and that will suck out all the bad juju. Dude, yeah, the peeking. Dude, I do notice that. Like, you get
Checking to
things
see what it
peeking
was
at
that
you.
was
That
moving,
shit's
she finds nothing.
max
Now,
scary.
it's hard to say as to what exactly is being seen here, but many viewers on Reddit
That's
believe
Nurse-
that
that's
it's something
Nurse Joel.
paranormal. Some
Nurse
can
Joel
even make
making
out a
sure that you're
face or
passed
even a
out after
body.
giving you too
But
much
then again,
morphine.
that could be a case of pareidolia. However, it's the fact that something moves that makes it quite strange. From catching a lock of hair moving independently
Ooh,
to the
what
creepy
the fuck?
atmosphere of the hallway, it's understandable as to why one would think that something paranormal is present. But as with all videos, I'll let you come up with your own conclusions. Feel free to let me know your thoughts on this.
Play greatest freakouts.
If you caught something creepy on camera, or if there's any ghost videos you'd like me to check out and include in the next compilation, you can send them over to
Is that it?
scaryvideos444 at
Damn.
gmail.com. That being said, let's get back to the video.
Wait, we got one more, right? Oh, yes. Number one.
In this next video,
Man
a
that
young
takes
girl
a
is playing in
piss
front of
on a
display
train,
cabinet while
but
her
has
mother
no
records her from a
cigarettes
distance. While there's
after
seemingly a
piss.
random recording, something about this moment holds a special place in the mom's heart.
I do really think, like, Bizarre Bub's, like, use of just, like, still frame zoom-ins or just something about that's so funny.
Amanda, the mother, isn't just recording a random cute moment, but instead, she's
grew up in a
recording
house that was
heartfelt
once a
video
mortuary.
in
That
which her
place was
daughter
hella
plays with her
haunted.
mother's urn.
Yeah, what happened?
The display cabinet holds the ashes of Amanda's mom, who passed away only a month ago, and it was just now that she saw her daughter talking to the urn inside.
Oh my god,
Understandably,
dude.
Amanda was
Dude, I'm, like,
moved.
terrified with having kids and freaking them talking to... Passed away in a year, daughter, Grammy earned... what was that? Did it... I always think that I'm like, would your loved ones go out of their way to, like, freak you out, or is it something else? You know what I mean? Hooga booga booga. Ew, dude, that's creepy.
During the time that Amanda
The fast
viewed the video,
shadows are
she didn't
really,
notice
really-
anything strange. It was only after reviewing the footage that she saw it, a dark silhouette passing in front of the camera as her daughter placed in the distance. To Amanda, the supposed apparition wasn't completely unknown.
should've got it
as
on,
she
like,
had a
60
feeling
FPS.
that this was her mother. She took it as a sign from her,
should've
letting
had
her
a
know
super
that she's
ultra
still there
slow
despite
motion
being physically
camera.
gone. Although others think that something else was captured, she strongly believes that this
Do you remember, like, those videos, like, Red Hot Nickel Ball and, like, those, like, giant pressure machines that, like, explode stuff? It'd be funny if there was, like, just casually they would, like, put, like, ghosts in the background of those.
had been her mother. But let me know what you think.
You can see
Just
through
what
it.
exactly was caught on camera.
Play it slow, play it slow. Okay, that wasn't slow at all.
Thanks for
More creepy videos. Wait. Oh, yeah. I forgot I had this. Stand by. Standing by. Should we watch? I don't know. We could watch more creepy videos, but if we do a funny video, usually funny is not very, like, universally enjoyed. You know, we all can be universally scared of sharks, but we can't all find, like, shark attack videos funny. You know what I mean? Humans aren't badass enough to persist after they get deaded. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we're just boring. Everything about reality is not fun. And we need to just wait to die. Warning. Horror short film? Should we watch a horror short film? Nah, it's too long. We need one that's ADHD approved. Because we all have Ritalin baby brain. iPad baby brain. Maybe more Bizarre Bub. When's the last? It's crazy how he posts once a month. I guess it's probably hard to come across most of these.
The fall.
Thankfully, I'm not watching it alone. You want to see my OnlyFans? Get in line.
Following video, a concerned mother is recording her daughter, who just told her that a guy is inside her room.
Dude, why would you tell your daughter that? Oh, the daughter told her that. Daughter, why would you tell your mom that? You're gonna scare her.
The door.
Honestly, when kids tell you that they're scared of something, I feel like they should be considerate about the fact that you might be scared too, and so they shouldn't tell you.
Do you want to open the door or you want mommy to open it?
I want mommy to open it.
Okay.
What if you get spooked?
He's in there.
Have I played Assassin's Creed Shadows? I haven't. No, is it good?
He's scared.
I haven't played Assassin's Creed in a long ass time.
Scary.
I'm scared.
I'm scary as hell. He's like inside that little. He's a little man inside that house.
No.
Tell that bitch to get off my lawn.
No one appears to be in this room, yet strangely, Jessica's daughter sees someone who she says is scary.
Oops.
Now, despite there being nothing alarming, there is something in this room that's worth noting. The playhouse in the center is a space where Jessica's daughter often plays in.
Pradeep running
Most of her time
upstairs
spent
though
playing
was kind
or
of
eating
creepy because that's
inside,
when I heard
which is
the
why
noise.
Jessica decided to renovate the playhouse to make her feel
So I
more
sometimes
at home.
kind of wonder if like bad energy like that, if he's like more prone to feeling it.
I'm gonna show them the door.
That's
Okay?
Peter Dinkler.
She really wanted it to have a door.
Oh my God,
like our front door. So
That's awesome.
From the color of the house to the same doorbell, every detail
Wait,
was
did they get
inspired
footage
by
off
the
of it?
actual house they live in.
Oh, that's a sick
However,
house.
only a few days after remodeling, something strange had occurred. On the night of January 3rd of 2025, the doorbell camera started to record. Now, this only happens when someone is at the door.
Why do
near the
spirits always
doorbell.
mess with
But
kids?
upon being
I don't know,
activated,
man.
The camera
Maybe
recorded
like
this.
kids just have something that's like more prone to like being able to interact with them. But this one's creepy. All right, we gotta lock in, guys. Open your eyes to maximum eyeball openage. Stretch them. Wait, is that the little house's door? Ooh, oh! Oh my God. That made a weird noise. So I was like, what the fuck? Also, what the fuck? What the fuck? What? What is that? That's a person? That looks like a full-grown person. No way. What? What? That's not a little doll girl? Oh, it was a doll? That looked like a real fucking doll. Yeah, it was like a full-on hair model. I thought we were about to see her face like staring at us. Which ghosts, ghosts really are pretty considerate about not showing their face too much. You only get like side boob of a ghost. But I did see Yoshi. Wait, so that's not the daughter, right? Cause holy shit. What are we seeing right now? What are we looking at? Like, what is this? Hair, okay, hair, shoulder, knees and toes. No, what is this like her dress? Is it a mannequin? Like, what the fuck are we looking at? Is there no body? What's this black part? Is that the corner of the room? Is just a disembodied like top part of the thing? It's a Barbie bust? Oh. So wait, there's... Okay, so that's not the scary part. It's just the fact that it keeps moving is scary. Right, okay. I thought literally the ghost... you get so used to seeing movies that you think like some of these ghosts actually have some cinematography knowledge. Oh my god, they do. Jesus Christ. Imagine being a ghost and you're just like, okay, now we're gonna move it back. And now we're gonna play with the hair. Alright, now we're gonna move it back. The air could be moving the door. I don't know. The way... Oh, that's the mom. I was like, holy shit. Oh, wait, does she not see it? Is she not like, what the fuck's going on? So wait, the Ring camera doorbell kept going off because of motion? Dude, I hope she gets jump scared. That'd be so funny. Was really wondering how, third time by the way, ignore my... What was it? What are we ignoring? I can't ignore it.
As she wasn't expecting
This playroom
the
is
door
a
to
mess.
open on its own. If it was just the doorbell going off by itself, then one can say that it was just a technical issue. But then...
Wait, was that her in there the whole time?
The door continues to swing open for just a bit.
The daughter just staring into the corner.
Is seen hanging in the air before abruptly falling down. There doesn't appear to be anything that could have caught the strand of hair, and the way it falls.
Oh, and
makes it
something
seem like
ringing the
someone
doorbell.
or
I thought it was like a
something had
motion
loosened their
sensor
grip on the
sound.
strand. Now this whole situation gets creepier when considering that Jessica's daughter occasionally
Oh my
sees a guy in her
God.
room.
Sees a
But this
dude.
guy is never seen.
Oh my
While no
God,
evidence
bro.
of this man exists,
Can you- it's
there
so-
appears to
you
be
know what's-
evidence of something else.
And the craziest shit is that the kids, when they talk about the ghosts and the shit that they've seen, they're always like, oh yeah, mom, dad, there's like a fucking guy in my room or whatever. Like they never seem like, what the fuck, ah. They never seem like real scared. It's always like, there's a guy in my room. It's kind of weird. I don't know if you know about him. He's in there. If you want to check, thanks.
And it's not the only evidence that Jessica has. One night, before heading out to a dinner party with
Let me
friends,
catch you all up to
she
speed.
gets a
Basically, my
notification
daughter
from
has
the
an
doorbell
imaginary
camera.
friend. It's a man. He doesn't have a name. She calls him Guy. 2 nights ago, her playhouse doorbell was ringing and the door was moving. I got an alert that it's going off again. Oh, okay.
And my kid's room upstairs is going off.
Oh my god, they're using that background noise is so funny. Because it reminds me of that meme for a while where like that fat person would be like had the clown mask on and they were kind of like moving back and forth between the side of the screens. Wait, what's gonna turn around? What was that? Oh, wait, is that the drop shadow he added for the question mark, or is that an actual shadow? Okay, it's not. Never mind. Any audio just cuts.
If the video before didn't disturb Jessica, then surely this one did.
Why?
It
What
starts
happened?
off again with the doorbell seemingly acting up, but unlike previously,
Question mark. Was that a ghost
someone
question
or
mark?
Something is heard.
That's something you'd see in like Luigi's Mansion.
Listening through the doorbell's microphone, Jessica and her babysitter hear a distorted noise mixed with someone speaking, but whoever is talking doesn't appear to be saying anything intelligible. In fact, it sounds like someone chanting or
Intelligible.
speaking a different language. It's hard to say honestly.
Wait, I didn't hear it.
but
Did you
there's
guys
no
hear the
denying
voice?
that something about this is pretty unsettling. Whether it's the activity in the playhouse or the mentioning of a man who can't
Yeah.
be seen, Jessica is thoroughly
It's the
shaken
Uber
up and
driver trying
concerned.
to deliver to his little house.
Apart ever since then.
Peter
But still,
Dinkley's house.
From time to time, Jessica's child says that she sees the guy.
What guy?
The guy.
Peter Dinkley.
If no one is there, then what exactly is her daughter being
Wait,
afraid of?
I wanted to listen to the unintelligible voice again. Numero 50.
Now the following video was submitted.
He should
to
let me
by
do
Connor M,
just the
who was home alone when
numbers
this
between.
happened. The house that Connor lives in is on a street where people's homes often get burglarized. But despite living in a dangerous neighborhood, nothing could have prepared him for what occurred in
For
his
evil
house.
Larry.
Connor briefly describes
Jorking
the
it
events of that
torpedo
night.
style.
In his own words, I was alone. My daughter stayed over at my ex-wife's house. My dog was outside. I'm still shaken up by this.
Didn't you get
It's
my
late at
email?
night when Connor hears shuffling in
Where
the
were
kitchen.
you? Didn't you get my email?
This is his footage.
I told you to come over as soon as you could.
If anybody's here, I'm calling the cops.
I'm about to email the cops. Pradeep just came back. He's meowing at me. He wants something. I don't know what it is. Pradeep's rubbing on me crazy style right now. He says, please turn that spooky video off.
God damn it.
You shouldn't have said that. That's gonna make it happy. He does seem genuinely scared, though. Ah! That's an interesting spot for your water heater. What is he freaked out about again? I think our souls are using a lot less energy to exist without the power sucking bodies attached. Yeah, but it seems like it's not...
No!
Oh shit. Replay. Instant ghosty replay. Oh, okay. That shit flew off the fucking... Zoinks! Yoinkies.
No!
Have you guys ever had anything like that happen
launches
before?
off and
Like
flies
just something
straight
like that
towards Connor.
nuts? Like something
Thankfully
thrown at you?
missing him, the sharp blade lays close to his feet. But had he stood any closer, this video would have had
it was
a
like
rather
a full-on
unfortunate outcome.
knife?
From fearing that someone broke into his house.
It was a
to encountering
knife?
This, Connor was immensely
my
terrified.
God.
As he states,
Dude, that to me, it's like sometimes ghosts, they do some shit, it's kind of annoying, but like, if they're just throwing around silverware, that's like that's like a rude ghost.
when it comes to things that can't be seen, there's
a
no
rude
telling
boy.
when the knife in your kitchen might fling itself at you with no apparent cause. Now that's creepy.
When it starts cutting up your salami. Does this make me believe in ghosts? Dude, yes.
On December 9th,
But every time I go to bed, I'm like,
a
God,
hospital
please,
surgeon is freaking out
don't
after seeing
show me
something
any.
that she couldn't believe. According
If you
to
show
her,
me one,
she was inside the
I will
operating
shit.
room filming
So
a
please
video
don't.
for her surgical students when she had to stop and leave immediately. As she states, something was watching her. Now this video comes from a social account that doesn't post anything like this. All the videos on this page are purely educational and meant for students who want to become surgical technicians. But this video, however, was posted for anyone
This
who can help
nurse was doing a
explain this.
TikTok dance
Tiffany has no
and
idea what was
slept
captured,
on a
but
banana
hopes that
peel.
someone does. This is her footage. Watch.
At chromic catgut, the difference is, I'm so sorry, my brain. Okay, here we go, back. Okay.
Oh my God, get it right, lady.
So here we have two different kinds of
Take
sutures.
98.
Polypropylene monofilament and chromic catgut. The difference between these two is that this one is dissolvable and it's animal derived. And the sutures last anywhere from 60 to 90 days.
She's schizophrenic. She heard a man laughing. She heard a guy that was happy, a male nurse. She heard two male nurses happy for 3 seconds. She needs to go ruin it. Wait, is this her video now? No, I gotta get out of here!
Cheering up right now. I saw it. I saw it.
She realized it was her 15-minute smoke break and she needed to get there. The doors open on their own. Holy shit. That sounds like a spooky man.
Show yourself?
Imagine if you were working with a nurse and she was just wandering around all the rooms. Show yourself! Show yourself, demon! Like waking up all your patients. Yeah. It's like, wait,
Just
I didn't
give me a
chain smoke
sign.
5 cigarettes. I gotta go. She has, yeah, she's chasing after it with like a vacuum cleaner.
Do whatever you want.
You're gonna work on the cardiology unit and in surgery, and you also will be responsible for sucking up any apparitions. You guys hear Pradeep shitting in the background? That sounds like a spooky ghost. Just schizo out, too much Adderall. Yeah, maybe not enough sleep. Wait, did we miss it? The one scary part? Did that open on its own? Okay, nothing until dart, dart, dart. Alright. Wait. It said hello. Something said hello. Hello? Can you cover my shift? Honestly, I wouldn't put it past nurses to fake a haunting video. Holy shit! That scared me. Dude, we're both going nuts. What did she see? What did an elf? I see, dude. It's all. What the fuck? They like either peek around the corner or they move faster than Sonic the Hedgehog.
Out of a nightmare. Tiffany writes that she had caught a glimpse of a figure standing at the window, which then quickly fled away to the other side of the hospital. It was brief, but terrifying enough to put Tiffany in a state of shock.
It's probably straight up jorking
She couldn't
it.
exactly tell what it was that she saw.
I know, it's
based
always...
on what others have
Dude, I'll
reported
be
seeing
honest
at
with
this
you.
hospital.
The fast running is a type of haunting type video that I've only ever seen on the Bizarre Bub channel, and I'm starting to think that he just like has an animation. And he's just making this shit up. Because check out the speed of this shit. It just seems like it's always the same, like zoom.
Almost everyone there has either seen or heard something strange.
Gotta go
and
fast.
For some reason, it's the women's restroom that's by far the most haunted. For this reason, Tiffany hurries over to the spot.
I know.
Nothing is
Ghosts
seen.
are always in such a
That
hurry.
is, until minutes later,
I gotta
when
go spook
this
someone
is
over here.
captured. A door opens on its own, and eerily, a dark figure rushes past the automatic door.
Time out. Isn't she there by herself? Did someone, when that door opened, didn't something say hello? Or is she with somebody else?
But even more unsettling is the fact that it quickly moves from one side to the other. Its fleeting motion only makes it creepier. Now, to this day,
it was Paul
there's only one or
Blart
two videos on this account that
on
talks
one of those
about
scooters.
this incident. Aside from those, not much has been said about this. But unfortunately, as with most videos, this one remains a mystery.
This one took up at least 11 minutes of the video.
Now, the source of this next video
It's
is
on
unknown,
rollerblades,
as it was
yeah, with
submitted to me
rockets.
by someone who only sent this clip.
That's actually how
they do
the
give some
ghost died.
information. According to them, this clip originates from a city in Brazil where a man noticed a strange-looking person in the middle of a road.
Oh,
Whoever
dude, that
this
would be
person
great
was
if every
didn't
time you
seem
got
to be
scared by a
acting
ghost, they
normal.
couldn't help but
In
laugh.
fact, this person wasn't doing anything as they weren't moving at all. They were frozen in place, unbothered by anything around them. But after the man took a closer look, he quickly began to record. He was filming just in case no one would believe what he saw.
With the flurp. Oh my god, yeah. Oh! Where is this? Mexico? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. And as far as like spooky ghosts go, and like ranking top 3 spooky ghost places,
A figure resembling a person is seen.
I'm gonna say
standing
America,
still.
number 3.
However, no head or chest is seen. Only the lower half of this body is visible. But as if more parts of this body could
Mexico,
disappear,
number 2.
the figure completely vanishes after
Japan,
a
number
motorcyclist
1.
crosses its path. Now there is nothing. It's as if the figure had hitched a ride with the motorcyclist after passing by. Now, whether or not this was supernatural remains a mystery.
The dog sees
but as
it.
always, I'll let you be the judge on what was captured. Just what could possibly explain the partial figure that was caught on camera?
They've developed Invisitech. Wonder where we even find like new spooky videos if there's like a subreddit for it.
Posted a video that her son recorded while the whole family was asleep.
Look at the bottom right corner.
The reason he recorded this video was to capture the elf on the shelf toy moving when no one was awake. He's 4 years old and believes that the elf actually comes alive and does all sorts of mischievous things around the house.
Mischievous.
Many young kids believe this, as it's become a trend for parents to mess up their house and tell their kids that the elf did it. However, Anisha's son really wanted to see the elf do its thing.
I feel like
he places a camera directly across the elf toy.
I don't know, in like South America and stuff, like the ghosts just, they don't seem to give a shit. Like they'll grab you by the hair and throw your ass, or they'll actually like appear.
She too gets freaked out by the footage. This is what they saw.
Sorry, I thought I saw something behind me there for a second. Grab you by the scruff and just straight toss you. What was that?
This is what they saw.
What's flashing? Why are they having like seizure lights in the background? What the fuck? The UK is pretty good for ghosts since we're so old. That's true. Whoa! He was like, what the fuck's going on with that little elf man?
Thinking that her son
Unless that was the elf.
Moving, she watches closely, but what appears instead is something way more terrifying.
That's actually
like a scene out of a horror movie.
That seems like a really well edited picture.
Briefly on camera before disappearing in a flash.
But who does the little kid look like? Does it look like the main?
Move, yet somehow disappears without moving an inch. But by far, the creepiest thing about this is the appearance.
Does it look like the kid that was in the original picture?
They look extremely thin. Some have even gone as far as to say that it looks like a corpse. While this detail doesn't really help in figuring out who this was,
energy in a physics sense is, well, a simple definition would be a measurable quantity of a system's ability to produce charge in the physical world. Kinetic energy, thermal energy.
It doesn't move. To this day, this video continues to baffle Anisha.
But it is just weird. It's like,
if you caught
is it just
creepy
literally human like souls
just
going and going forever?
And include in the next compilation, you can send them over to scaryvideos444
the
at
Philippines.
gmail.com.
Oh my god, that's true.
That being said, let's get back to the video.
They need to invent cameras over there so we get more Filipino ghost videos.
It's late at night when a man named Taylor immediately takes out his phone to record something.
Somebody get them an iPhone.
House. He's by himself, and for the first time,
he's hearing
what his girlfriend often hears at night, but never records on camera. At this moment, the sound of someone walking back and forth is heard from upstairs. The thing is,
hold it in.
No one
hold it in or be
spooked.
Taylor.
My front camera is smashed, but I'm here at my girlfriend's house by myself. She always says it's haunted because it sounds like somebody is walking around upstairs.
Dude, I get that shit on my house. Fucking people walking above me.
Until now.
It's pretty frequent.
I always say it's not haunted.
I have it on a stream clip too from a while back.
But it legit sounds like there's somebody upstairs.
You know, watch conspiracy vids. I don't know. I don't think it would keep our attention very well. People would get bored. What kind of conspiracy videos would we even watch? Could be cats. It could be multiple cats.
Oh my god, they're like at the top of the stairs. Come down these stairs and I will swing on you, I promise.
Threatening a ghost. Oh my god, bro. I was just gonna say, what if it runs at his ass?
Swing on you, I promise.
Dude, you don't threaten a ghost. Did it knock his ass out?
Eerily, the sound of charging footsteps is heard descending the staircase and heading towards Taylor. And as promised, he delivers. He lunges at whatever it was that was heading towards him.
Oh, it was him lunging? I thought he got like knocked. Like,
doing so, he continues to record on the off chance that something else happens. Unfortunately, nothing does. But at least the sounds from earlier have stopped. Now, while most people tend to run away from paranormal occurrences, it is refreshing to see someone do something different.
Yeah, give it a
but
sack
as some
tap.
believe, it might be best if he didn't confront the ghost in this house. Regardless, ghost or not, it is nice to see.
Well, yeah, because now it's just gonna fucking like target him probably. He'd probably be vulnerable to an EMP. Yeah, we should test it.
Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoy.
We have to We have to EMP the nation to get rid of all the ghosts. Well, friends, yeah, 4.5 hours is good. What do you say? Thanks for sticking around. If you got gifted some bonus content as a member, be sure to go check it out in the playlist, in the bonus content playlist. Watch some SFM creepypastas. What are those again? SFM. Otherwise, guys, yeah, I'm going to get this edited up on Patreon here and YouTube members soon. Probably do that tomorrow, but then we'll also be back for Monday's video, which will probably be Reddit stories, I think, tomorrow. So that'll be cool. But yeah, appreciate you guys. You guys rock. Thanks for being awesome. And yeah, follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. Follow that Twitch. I don't even remember what it says, but it's linked up there. And yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. Adios, and be good to each other. That's all you got. All right. Bye-bye.